Welcome, everyone, and welcome to Progressive Discussions. I'm your host, James P. Madonna, and from Northeastern New Jersey. I've been doing this since 2007, and then doing podcasts with my original co-host, the Reverend Dr. William J. Eisenman, who's now deceased, and I started with him. Every show I've ever done is on my YouTube channel in playlists. It's all recorded. I just want to say hi to Mr. Colin McMenamin from Ireland. He's a fine musician and singer. And Chanda Sparkles, greetings. This is a very popular astrologer. And she is very active on the internet, and she has fascinating readings that she gives, astrological forecasts, and that's about all I know about her, really. That she's very much into mysticism, like I am, thanks to my mother. And that's another talk show. My mother got me involved with holistic health, nutrition. Well, my mother and my late Uncle Frank, ballroom dancing, holistic health, nutrition, physical fitness, the occult, mysticism. Those are the things that were inspired by them. They're deceased now, so I had to start somewhere. So greetings to you, Chanda. Colin, greetings to you too. Thank you very much. Now, I want to start the show. I mean, my co-host that I usually do it with, he's out with the family. But he's going to do commentary, not on video, but typing. If he gets home while I'm still doing the show, then he might be able to jump on this week. Let me start with, well, first let me do screen share here. Let's see. Okay, the first screen share is about the fact that crabs, as far as commercial fishing, crabs are vanishing. In the past 2 years, the crab industry in the Bering Sea, as in snow crabs, is in severe trouble. And this is, in my opinion, this is just the beginning with climate change. Okay, you can take all the storms throughout the world, any other natural disasters that take place. Well, throw this in too, and I'm going to start it now. Hold on. Chanda Sparkles, astrologer, says my grandfather assisted me with my galactic tuning. We should do a show together. You know, that would be fascinating to discuss what inspired us to get involved in it, the very beginnings. And we can talk about many subjects, like how young people should not treat the Ouija board as a toy. It's very dangerous. They can open portals that they do not know how to close, and so on and so forth. Many great subjects. It should be. We should do that. Oh, okay. Okay, I will shoot you the live stream right now. Hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Okay. I live in North Padre Island off Gulf Coast, Texas. Okay, I imagine it is very hot and humid there in the summer. I complain about humidity, but you probably have it worse. Okay, I'm just going through. Good morning to you, Masumi. Good morning, Masumi. It is now 9:08 a.m. Wednesday in the Tokyo area. So, good morning to Masumi. Okay, yes, the humidity of the Gulf Coast. All right. London Love. Good evening to you. Good evening. Thank you. Okay, so there it is. If you want to jump on, we get a sip of my special organic antioxidant rich tea here from Trader Joe's. My own concoction. Well, iced tea. I put it in a 1 gallon pitcher, like a 1 gallon pitcher, whatever company you happen to have. And the cold temperature from the refrigerator extracts everything from the tea overnight, and it works. I learned about this from a YouTube video. an easy way to make iced tea. I mean, I also put a couple lime wedges in there. You know, it's a cold water extraction method that they call it. Okay, let me start with the poor crab. The poor crabs are vanished.
Another major mystery making headlines. Maybe consider it stacking the deck on our already attack on our food industry. We are getting major reports of massive disappearance of crabs. And when I say massive, I'm talking about billions of crabs disappearing, and no one knows why. This is going to put a massive food shortage in effect with our seafood industry. That's right, there will be empty shelves when it comes to our luxury seafood items. In addition, shocking closures to the season, causing catastrophic business closures to fishing businesses. Thousands of restaurants and grocery stores will be hit. This is something that has never happened before. What happened to all the crabs? Shocking news you should know coming right up. Welcome back to all the subs. If you guys are brand new here and you like news that affects you, along with
Greetings to my right-hand man, Mr. Jason Cleveland from Seattle, Washington. How are you this evening?
Hello, James. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear, and I can see you.
I must say, James, I look forward to this show, whatever day it may fall on. And there's Colin. Hello, brother. How are you? My goodness.
Brother, brothers.
Gentlemen, brothers, yes.
What's going on?
Good evening.
Happy Saturday, guys.
Yeah, happy Saturday to you.
It's so good to see you guys. I am going out for dinner with my wife. We have a babysitter, my niece joining. My niece is here tonight. So if you hear a lot of activity in the background, they are watching the Disney Plus streaming service. But I told my wife, I said, look, can I just get 15 half hour to come say hi to you guys? It's not the same commenting, you know, even though it's kind of fun to throw comments up. It's a lot of fun to join you guys. And I know, James, you were showing a video. I've actually seen that video. I don't know, did I send that to you? But the crabbing industry is, that video is very enlightening. I don't want to steal the thunder of it, but
the mysterious disappearance, and this is my favorite, Colin. Has to be my favorite background.
Yeah,
the big bay window to
it's beautiful.
Jason's backyard.
I will tell you that we have, Seattle makes the news, I would say, for all the wrong reasons. It is quite a beautiful place to live. But we had the worst air quality in the world. The worst air quality in the world, because we've had wildfires burning just outside of Seattle for the past month. We haven't had rain. Think about this. In Seattle, we haven't had rain here in over 120 days.
Wow.
So it's been dry. There's no humidity here. So it's perfect time for wildfires to start. And in fact, I just learned today that the wildfire that was burning, that was causing us to have an air quality index of over 300, which is hazardous. It was caused by a car fire, literally a car caught on fire, and it burned thousands of acres of forest land. Wow. And it was hard to put out. The reason why it was burning for so long is because we live in a very rugged area with a lot of mountains and a lot of tall peaks and so on. And the reason it was burning for so long was because the firefighters, the peaks where sort of the side of the foothills, people cannot go there. It's just too steep. So they weren't able to put it out. But thankfully the rains came last night. We probably got a half inch of rain yesterday and today. And thankfully the rain is gone. You can see how clear it is behind me. It's a beautiful evening. It's just after 5 o'clock here in the Pacific Northwest. So yes, I don't mean to steal anyone's thunder, James, But I wanted to join. It's always a pleasure. Colin,
Yeah, good to see you,
hope you've been
brother.
doing well.
Yeah,
So
good to see you. Excellent.
Well, I just want to tell Chandra and London Love that the show is open topic. We don't rehearse anything. I used to have specific themes, but even with the themes, one theme would flow into another, into another, into another. And I kind of like the ad-libbing and just throwing it up in the air and seeing where the wind takes it, And you never know. You never know. And the way the topics flow into one another, it makes for a more fascinating show. It's unpredictable. It's uncensored, and it's just the whole
Spontaneous.
yeah. It's just like
Yeah.
really like last time I had the accident where I put my beverages, craft beer and something else, tea. I tried to balance it. I tried to put it right on top of the frozen thing. And the frozen thingy is not perfectly flat. There's a little bit of a mound there. So it tipped over. I guess vibration tipped over. It went on my keyboard, which is no big deal because it's water resistant. But then it went on my mouse, and I lost my cursor. I couldn't move the cursor. So I was cursing because I lost my cursor. And and then I had Ronnie S on, and he was saying, James, what's wrong with you? How come you still got this video going? How come you do this? How come you do that? When are you gonna do this? When I said, whoa, I got a crisis here, man. I said, my cursor won't come back. So I unplugged it, plugged it back in, no cursor. So I said, look, I got to shut down and I got to go back on the show because the show was still running. I had to shut down the computer and continue on my Android. And I have no choice. So that's what I did. But he was going on and on. It really was stressful. So, now I don't do that anymore.
let me ask you this, James. Chandra Sparkles, you have a very nice smile, by the way. But
she's an astrologer. She's a professional astrologer. I'm getting in the pool, listening from my canal. Wait a minute. You're getting in the pool, or you're getting in the canal, or you're on a canal. Oh, wait a minute. You're on a canal. You're home, but you have an in-ground pool, and you're getting in the pool. Oh, got you. All right, I understand now.
She's not. Oh yeah. Sorry,
Yeah, she lives on the Gulf Coast in Texas, so it's it's quite
nice.
It's quite humid on the Gulf Coast.
James, I think you may have missed a comment from your dear Masumi.
I got her.
Oh, you got her? Okay.
Oh yeah. No. I can never miss that. I said good morning, and I mentioned what time it was in Tokyo, and okay.
Let me ask you. Sorry,
Yeah,
just very, very quickly. What is galactic tuning, James? What is that?
I guess it's galactic tuning is syncing your mind with the energies of the universe, electromagnetic pathways. I'm just guessing this. Instead of me just saying I really don't know for sure, that's what it sounds like. Chandra will clarify that. Yes, my pool is on the canal, and I'm getting in it right now. Okay, listening to you. It's heated, and it's a saltwater pool, but it's kind of dark outside. I'm not sure how I would show up on the camera. Well, listen, that depends on the nature of your bathing suit or or lack of or whatever, might not be good for the camera.
I'd almost comment to say I think we're all now really intrigued. You have to jump on. Right?
Hold on. Remember that disco song? Anyway, now you get me wound up. Now my brother's in-ground pool also has salt water in it because that's the new thing. No more chlorine. Chlorine is toxic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Burn eyeballs off you years ago, mind that?
Yeah. Sea salt. People for centuries salted down meat and fish in the old days, and that was the way they preserved things. And anything bad doesn't survive in an environment of salt. So that's the way to go.
They put the chlorine in the swimming pools years ago, and this sounds awful because people used to piss in the pools.
Well, your eyeballs are burning like hell, and your hair does something to your hair, and well, I'm not talking about. I don't really like public pools because.
Oh, it's been years for me. Years.
Listen, I don't want to be in a pool where all these kids pissing in it.
Yeah, and that's what they do.
Yeah.
Look at somebody standing still in the pool. They're taking a pee.
Or some, dysfunctional or degenerate-looking adult decides to do something terrible like that. No, I'd rather be in a pool that's my own or people I know well that are decent people that are not going to do that.
Yeah. No bombs.
Now, if you fart in the pool, you will see the bubbles come up.
Yeah, it's like a jacuzzi.
All right, we're back to the crabs. Those poor crabs. I was always infatuated with crabs. And octopuses or octopi. It would be funny if instead of chicken pot, beef pot pie, they made octopot pie. Wouldn't it?
Calamari.
No. Octopus is a highly intelligent creature. They really are very sophisticated. But anyway, back to the crabs.
Prepping tips, emergency preparedness how-tos. Weekly, be sure to hit that notification bell so you guys can stay up to date. Let's jump into this one. The big question that everyone's asking, and it's making tons of headlines, is the disappearance of billions of crabs off the coast of Alaska. So let's go over some reports that are making headlines right now. We'll also go over a couple comments from boots on the ground, folks in Alaska. To top it off, I found some reasons why all the crabs have disappeared. We're talking about the answers of billions of crabs gone. Like some saying they all moved to Russian waters. Very bizarre this is.
They defected. I hope that's not going to affect my crab cake supply.
Let's get going on it.
In a major blow to America's seafood industry, Alaska's Department of Fish and Game has canceled the winter snow crab season in the Bering Sea due to falling numbers. While restaurant menus will suffer, the greatest impact will be to the economy to the tune of $200 million.
Now, as I said before, this has never happened before, creating new food shortages and definitely making headlines.
An estimated 1 billion crabs mysteriously disappeared in just 2 years. That's a 90% plunge.
What does the Fish and Game have to say? The Fish and Game Department released a statement saying, management of Bering Sea snow crab must now focus on conservation and rebuilding given the conditions of the stock. With crab industry input, ADF&G will continue to evaluate options for rebuilding, including potential for sustainably fishing during periods of low abundance. This will allow ADF&G to work on issues related to the state and federal co-management, observer coverage, discard mortality, and fishery viability. And Jamie Goen, Executive Director of Alaska Bering Sea Crabberies, said crabbers will be going out of business as a result of the cancellation. cancellation of the crabbing season. That's crazy. The Guardian reported Alaska officials have canceled the upcoming snow crab season due to population decline across the Bering Sea. We're talking about second and third generation of families that have been fishing will go out of business.
You're real proud. Fishing runs in his veins.
My father's been fishing.
Now, you know what? I know where this is going, and they're gonna, feel sorry for the commercial fishermen. But let me tell you, they overfished. They got greedy, just like all commercial fishermen.
Hey.
Hi.
Chanda Sparkles, astrologer extraordinaire, is in her piscina, which is Spanish for pool.
I will tell you, this is the first time I've ever jumped in with no makeup on in the pool. Now,
Good.
I have gone live and read tarot from the pool. We do Tarot Tuesday on my channel. Where sharing galactic astrology, and I'm a channelist. And we also do the oracles and then in the Scorpio ritual, because we are coming up on the new moon in Scorpio. It's going to be a solar partial eclipse, and then 2 weeks later we have the full Big Daddy full lunar eclipse in Taurus. So that is the energies of the astrology right now. It's very intense. It's a chaotic kind of push and pull energy in the flow. I put the pool red because that is.
I was gonna say, I appreciate the red light, my favorite color.
It's my favorite.
Manchester United.
Yeah,
well,
I'm
even in ancient China, it keeps.
I'm sorry. I have a Scorpio stellium, so I'm a Scorpio sun sign, I'm a Scorpio ascendant sign, and a Scorpio Mars. So I have 3 very big placements in Scorpio, and collectively we have an 18-month transit right now where we have the karmic nodes. So you have the North Node, where the collective consciousness is headed towards, what we are evolving towards. Then you have the South Node, where we are releasing, letting go, learning from. North Node being in Taurus, South Node being in Scorpio. These nodal axes tell us astrologers when and where, and it's really windy here on the island.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry. My hair is just like in a bun going crazy. But the nodal axis is what tells us when and where we're going to have an eclipse. And they normally come in pairs, sometimes they come in threes, but it's an intense, fated, karmic time. This is a time where you really pay attention to who you're meeting, because the people you're meeting are very important. I always say eclipse in and out, people, places, and things that are fated into our lives. So.
All right. Are we in any type of retrograde now?
We have actually, Saturn is about to go direct. Saturn has been retrograde for the past 6 months, almost 6 months, a little less. It will go direct, which is kind of crazy, literally hours before the sun enters Scorpio, and then 24 hours later we have the solar eclipse, the new moon eclipse. But we are, Mercury's out of shadow, out of retrograde. The intensity that you're feeling, though, is Mars. Mars controls our ego, okay? It controls our drive, our passions. It is the planet of war. And it is in Gemini, which is the communicator, the person who likes to talk a lot. So therefore, you've got people that are kind of running their mouths and saying a lot of stuff. But it is slowing down. And anytime you have a planet slow down, like it is, it's very slow because it's preparing to go retrograde. That personal planets like Mars and Venus, Mercury, that we feel those planets because they're personal, they're closer to the Earth. Mars will start to be very visible in the sky. You're already seeing him in the sky because he's really bright right now, because when he's going retrograde, he's going to be closest to the Earth. Now we also have Jupiter in retrograde at 0 degrees, just about to step its toe back into Pisces. It's currently in Aries. Let's see, Pluto has gone direct. So we've had a few planets go direct. We've got a few that are retrograde. But the big deal is that these eclipses are about to really shake it up in our money axis, commodities, stocks, the Bitcoins, all of that stuff. Very volatile time period, because Scorpio and Taurus, being the north and the south node where these eclipses are taking place over this 18 months, rules our money axis. It rules anything that of value.
Okay.
It also rules sex, death, transformation, rebirth. It rules the physicality and the senses. Your senses become heightened.
I always read that Cancerians are very good with managing money.
Cancerians are that's a cardinal energy. They are more like the mother. They're ruled by the moon, so they're going to manage everything. They'll manage the home, the bills, the finances. Yes. Are you Cancer? What's your sign?
No, I'm
sign?
August 1st, Leo.
You're a Leo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Leo energy. You're a fire fixed sign. You're someone that once you've made your decision, you're not really going to change your mind on things. You have a hard time with that.
But I could discuss. I mean, I'm open-minded. I mean, I could hear other opinions. They might be able to convince me. I think I might have a Virgo rising because I was born in the early afternoon, like 2:37. Yeah, I have a rising sign.
Your Virgo is where you get your mutability. That's where you're able to, and see your ascendant sign or rising sign for slang basically is how people perceive you and what you age into. So Virgo is where you get that mutability, but your sun in Leo is like, okay, I've made this decision. I'm really not going to change my mind once I've made a decision, like a life-changing decision. You're fixated on things. That's the Leo archetype. Anyway.
Yeah.
But this is what I tell everybody. You're not just your sun sign or your ascendant or your moon. You have a full chart, and that's what I do. Galactic tuning. I tune into what I call sacred geometry that is your birth chart. I'm also a galactic shaman. I have a studio here, and I have the galactic healing mermaid space here. So I do quite a bit. I have an apothecary. I do ritual. I make medicines. I consider, the herbs are the medicine. And I make sprays. I make electromagnetic frequency blocker sprays from things like monatomic gold and shungite, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, what about things like tar water, black salt, like protective items for negative entities? Like a lot. I first heard the terms on the Dead Files. Amy Allen of the Dead Files. That's the first time I've heard those terms. Those products, And the problem with her is she would recommend what they should get, but they're living out in the middle of nowhere. Where are they going to find a chaos magician or any unless she guides them to certain websites or directories? I suggested a directory, and they didn't. She didn't answer me, but she talked about her cats. And mentioned, look, these people should have access to a directory connected with the Dead File, so they know how to find these professionals that you're recommending to help, get rid of the shadow people or whatever entities are attached.
If you have an entity attachment, you have to release it through love, through light. I dissolve. I don't cut cords. I dissolve them through love. But if you're talking about protection for your house, organite is a really good item to have all over your house. It protects from that kind of energy. I do smudge blessings. Use all kinds of, Blue Mountain sage, frankincense, Palo Santo. I use it I think
Palo Santo's great.
Yeah, I use that. There's quite a bit of different ones that I have, but I also shield with. My father was a geologist, okay? So I have a lot of crystals and a lot of big stones.
Yeah, well, you have more crystals, I bet, than me, because I got a whole collection of the crystal pyramids and the wands.
Yes.
And, I got
that stuff too.
Yeah.
But those stones will protect your house. And putting those organite and shungite. I've probably got about 10 of just the raw shungite.
It's from Russia, right? Or
yes.
In the Ural Mountains.
You want to get the authentic shungite, because you can even take shungite and place it in your glass bottled water, charge it underneath the sun, and it does wonders for the body. That, along with shilajit, which is a mushroom Himalayan rock. It's very fine rock. It helps to cleanse the blood. It's really, really good for you. That's also something that helps to protect and shield as well. Thieves. I even just use the essential oil thieves. I use essential oils in my sprays. I hand crush selenite. I hand crush like malachite, just a tiny bit of malachite, because you can't use a lot of that stuff. It gets really toxic, but it's good for detox. So if I got somebody so let's say I have a client that's detoxing off of, because I'm a death doula as well, so I take on people who are at the end stages of their life. So I have a detox of all the negative human entity type energies that I'll put on them before their session. So, but they come to stay with me for the weekend. I have this house set up. It's called the Sparkle Shack on the canal, and they come and they stay. They're very comfortable in their beautiful room and their bathroom. And
Sparkle Shack.
Yeah, I've got the 7-foot Russian pyramid, like the actual Russian pyramid.
Now I'm thinking of the B-52s with that song. Love Shack. Remember that? Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack. Yeah.
And then there was Rock Lobster.
Yeah. We call it the Sparkle Shack. It's got a big yeah. And I'm a widow. I've been single for 4 years, so I live here alone.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's okay. He's still around. He makes my house smell like cigarette smoke in the middle of the night. All the time.
Yeah, I'm divorced for several years. And no kids, no attachment. And you know what? It's nice to have peace and quiet and serenity, and and just come and go as you please, and eat whatever you want for dinner, and there's no compromising. You just do what you want.
Yeah, I like having everything in its place, exactly where I left it. That's one of my big things is, I thought about, well, if I go on a date with this guy and then it goes somewhere, where will I put all of his shit?
Yeah.
Well, I don't like a lot of stuff myself,
When I used to live with an Aquarian, despite their great talents, they are not. They're very disorderly people. And some of them are slobs. Like Oscar Madison from The Art Couple. And I'm very organized. Like even in my my inbox, my Gmail, I have everything in folders. Everything has to be, categorized.
That's your Virgo ascendant.
Yeah, Virgos are a pain. Virgos are very critical. They're not easy.
Yes. Well, Virgo is the healer too, though, and it's the mystic. Virgo's the one that's going to be like, back in the day, we'd be out in the woods at the top of the hills, and all the royals would sneak off to get their medicine. But don't say that we went out to the old crone's house,
Yeah. Jason had to leave. His wife was telling him it's supposed to go out to eat.
His Uber turned up. He's going for dinner.
Yeah, but he might. Yeah, but he, my show usually is long, so he might be back in time.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't get to say hi to him. And Colin, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And nice to connect.
Yeah, nice to meet you. Pleasure.
Well, I asked Colin if he's ever seen like banshees and leprechauns and all the mythical the chimuras in Ireland, all those mythical creatures. And he hasn't seen any of them, right?
I had my moments, I had my moments, but more so in the United States than over there. But my grandfather had his stories also that he used to always tell me.
Yeah.
When we sat just like we're sitting now, having a couple of beverages and just chilling out. So
now,
yeah.
Talking about portals. I don't want to say too much, but then we won't have anything to say when we do the special mysticism show. But is it true that Aleister Crowley opened a lot of portals that he did not close?
I have about 3 or 4 of his books.
Yeah.
I haven't read all of the books because that's not how my brain works. But I would not doubt that. But with that said, he was the master of alchemy. Those hermetic principles, if we as society would infuse those into our commonality in this evolution of ascension that we are in, as we're raising our frequencies and raising the planet's frequencies, I believe that there's nothing that could penetrate us. In fact, I know it. I've closed so much. I've captured many lost souls. And you know what? We're talking about reptilians. We're talking about draconians, okay? And I am in touch with a team and channel a team that are part Arcturian, part Lyran, and Speakin. I have all of my, I can look at your chart and tell you about your starseed lineage, your galactic lineage. Just like we have human lineage, we have the galactics. But as far as your portal question, I believe because of all of these things, it wouldn't matter. Because we are the portal. We are the veil.
Yeah, I mean, even like dolls in general have a tendency to get possessed because they have a human-like appearance, and that could be an opening to a portal. A lot of things can open them, I suppose. I mean, it doesn't have to be a Ouija board. I used to I made this with the quartz crystal wand or obelisk, because that's exactly what they are.
Yes.
Yeah, it's an obelisk when you look at it. I mean, somebody on Facebook that's involved with Wiccan would argue with me, saying, no, it's a wand, it's not an obelisk. I says, well, look at it.
Yeah.
Look at an obelisk and look at that. And it's an obelisk. So I took the the quartz crystal, I turned it upside down, and I made a pendulum. And I brought it on the show, and I stopped using it because the thing was spinning. First of all, it started spinning fast before I asked the question. But when it got to the velocity where it was like the cord and the pendulum, I mean the rock crystal, the quartz crystal was like almost it was horizontal like this.
Yeah.
And it's like
holy crap.
Yeah, I mean it's clockwise is yes, counterclockwise no, and I guess back and forth it's undecided. But it was going at such a velocity, it was like that, and I'm like, I better give this a rest.
Well, you're talking about portals. I open portals every day and I close them every single day. Well, yeah, no, pretty much every single day. Some Sundays, no, but I mean, my gongs that are made of 7 different metals that are one of a kind, authentic, like there are no two others like it in the world anywhere.
I have that Himalayan bowl.
That's a portal. I opened the portal. I walk around.
Yeah.
I can walk around in a circle and open the portal and then close the portal, pulling in and channeling in the guides, the galactics, the guardian, gateway keepers.
Do you know
portals.
Do you know the Himalayan bowl? I got that Himalayan metallic bowl that you go around in circles.
Yeah, I have 10 crystal singing bowls, the authentics, like for all the chakras, and I have 8 Tibetan, because I just bought 7 more, because I had one big Jupiter bowl that's a Tibetan singing bowl from Nepal, authentic. I got a total of 8 of those. I use those in the different chakra areas and also help to, move the energy out of the client. So, yeah.
Well, you definitely have enough equipment, material for a mysticism resort.
Pretty much. I even designed my pool to have extra salt. It took me about 1.5 years to train my pool man. But I trained him to make this pool. When you get in this pool, you do not bathe for 24 hours after, because the water's so salty and so organic. I work energetically. I've had, let's see, I don't know if you've heard of Sology, but Todd, Medina, and Morgan came here and we did galactic work here. I've seen multiple ships. I have a friend here on the island, Eric. He sees the ships too. I also sometimes see actual ships cloaked inside of the clouds over the Gulf, because I'm here in Texas on the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah.
And there's a certain place that I go do crystal grid work, where I go and I take certain crystals, like I have a lot of Andoras. I take certain crystals that go with the theme of the time of the astrology, like Scorpio is Tiger Eye of Malachi, and then the herbs. And then I take everything and I lay it out for the planet nearest to the grid line, because I study the grid line online and I know it's right out there south of me in the Gulf. And so I go and I study and I put all of my energy pulling in my guides to help activate the ascension process on the planet. All of the corruption, all of the evil soulless, I will say, because there are many just background fillers, and some of them are just soulless beings. We're walking around in a flesh suit saying they're human. I'm over it. It's fallen away, and I can see it in the astrology, and I hear it through my channel. And come, look at my channel. Look at some of my shorts. You'll see the galactic healing space. It's called the Galactic Mermaid. It has an Arcturian.
Now, your channel, are you talking about what you have on Facebook or you?
No, my YouTube channel.
Oh, okay. I'll take a look. Yeah.
Well, I have it on Facebook too, but you can go to my YouTube channel. You see my studio. You see my everything that I do here. So it's my dream. I'm living my soul's dream, and my birthday is next month, and we're having the solar return birthday for the Galactic Mermaid. My friend created the Facebook event, and it's going to be on the beach. We're throwing axes for my birthday.
Throwing axes like the Viking axe, right?
Yes, we're axe throwing. It cannot fucking wait.
I hear you gotta release it from above your head.
I just throw all of my pissed off aggression in it, and I throw it, and the thing hits it every time. I love it. And so then we're going to do, and it's a spiritual birthday. So we're going to also have a drum circle. I just bought a big old huge new drum, and then another rap pan. My best friend is a international sound healer instructor. She's a big deal, and she lives here on the island. And we work together and throw events together here at the Sparkle Shack or on the beach. And now we're doing another bonfire drum circle. This is very much speaking light language, doing activations, invocations, calling in all of the elements, the guardians, the gateway keepers, the ancestors, both galactic and human, in all time, in all space, in all dimensions, in all forms. Back to center. All fractals back to center.
I play the African djembe drum. Colin knows.
Oh, good. Well, you should come to my birthday. I'm turning 50.
It's made of mahogany and goat skin, and it's amazing how loud that thing is.
They're awesome. They're awesome.
Yeah.
So come down to Texas for my birthday, November the 17th.
Unless you put me on, unless I do.
I'll do a session on you.
You want me to go? You want me to go live with your shindig, or is that a private?
No, I don't want to do any of that. We're just gonna record and play back later. I want to keep it in the moment, in the real. You know, this is the North Node in Taurus. This is about human connection.
Oh, okay.
And so, and we're gonna have like a ceremony and everything.
So your pool is like the Dead Sea. It's that salty.
It's very salty. I can. I mean, you can taste it, you can feel it, and it's very warm.
So you don't need.
I have the gas heater going, and I have it set at 100 degrees.
100.
It's like a big hot.
That's good. I like heat. I like a bit of heat. Yeah,
it sounds good.
I like.
I love it. I love coming out at night. I'm glad. I can see lots of stars. And I'm glad because I have lots of little solar lights everywhere that come around the whole deck.
You know what will be good around your pool? My sister got them. They're solar powered LED torches with the real.
I got them. They're right there.
They flicker.
Look, I'll show you. I have them. Look, but mine, because I'm Greek, goes all the way back to the pillar days. So I have the flaming pillars.
Oh wow! Look at that.
Okay, let me get really close. Okay, so there's a.
Oh yeah, the pillars, like the.
Yeah, and then the ones in between are like what you're talking about. Yeah.
Like the Parthenon and the cross. Yeah.
See here, I'll give you a shot. Look, watch. Here we go.
That's nice.
See all the little lights?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have the porch light on. I just like it dark with the little lights because I can see the stars. Oh, you gotta see Frank. Look, here's my alien Frank. This is my brother right here. Can you see him?
Frank the alien. And you probably have
anyway.
Like, you have any like cane toads hopping around at night, or?
Yeah, I've got toads. I have lizards. I've got 3 lizards. I talk to them telepathically. They're very happy living here, and they just had some babies. A month or so ago.
I have a leopard gecko. It's a hypotangerine. It's very orangey.
Oh, cool. Do you have it there? Can I see it?
Yeah, it's over here.
Really?
Let me see.
Oh man, that'd be cool.
See if
I like lizards.
Yeah, let me see if it's in a good mood. Hold
on.
This is fun. I've never done this before.
Yeah, well, he's going to grab his lizard.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab him.
Yes, I want to see.
What'd you say, James? You said he's what color? Orange?
Yeah, hold on. I'm almost there.
It said orange and black, I think, Colin.
Orange and black.
What do you do, Colin?
It's a little nervous right now.
What? Sorry, go ahead.
I asked Colin what he did, but it's okay. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Let me see his eyes. Oh, he doesn't
like
it.
Hold on. It's kind of nervous right now.
Hi there, baby boy. How are you doing? Oh, you're so pretty. Aren't you a beautiful lizard? I bet it would be cool to have soul and just pop it on in a lizard.
It's still a baby, though.
Yeah. How big is it getting?
They get about 8, 9 inches long.
We just asked the same question at the same time. How big will they get?
Oh yeah. All right. It's a little. It's nervous. Let me put it back. But anyway, I just want to show you. It's a color morph, a hypo tangerine, and
Okay. You can
I'll
see.
put it back.
It's beautiful. I like it. Thank you for showing me.
You're welcome. It's they got their own personality, believe it or not. Reptiles, they're not all the same. And that's true. I mean, reptiles of the same species. They have actual different personalities, like humans or
Oh yeah.
dogs or cats or
Yeah.
primates.
I went to this. Okay, so my chapel is the Chapel of Spiritual Light. It's a metaphysical chapel, okay? And we had this fundraiser to get the whole outside redone. Anyway, I went and I won best hat. Everybody had to wear a Mad Hatter hat, okay? This hat. And I had so many crystals and so much Palo Santo, all of this. I had a third eye cat. I had all of this stuff on my hat, right? And so it was so heavy. I mean, it was so big, I had to shove like those little bubble things that come in packing, like to fill your space. I had to shove it up, and then all the way around the back, I had to put more crystals and then like kind of balance it in with the wire. But I won that freaking thing, and I got 2 amazing old books. One first edition Chilean, okay?
Yeah.
One first edition from the mid 1800s. It was like, and it's in such pretty condition. And so that's one that I couldn't even believe I got for $100. Like $100. This thing is gonna be. It's like I could probably resell it for at least $350 or $400 now. But years on down the road, it'll be very high. It'll be a good. I like to invest in old books that are in like first, second edition, that are in good condition.
In good condition, yeah.
I believe they're going to be very valuable.
Now, you know what? Crystals are fascinating. What do you call them? Geolodes or
Well, there's geodes, yeah, but there's lots of different kinds of crystals.
Like the raw crystal in the raw, where you have like stone on one side and the jagged, like let's say I got the amethyst.
Yes, I have one of those. I have many of those.
Yeah, they're common.
Yes, but I've got some very rare ones from Brazil that are deep, dark purple. You don't see that kind.
Now,
the pretty rare ones because my dad's a geologist and I'm getting his collection. Like he's slowly starting to release his collection.
Now, tanzanite is worth getting because it only comes from that region of Africa, and when it starts to run low, I'm sure it's not going to be a semi-precious gemstone anymore. It's going to eventually be a precious stone. So,
yeah,
tanzanite might be a good investment. Now, what do you think of black tourmaline and labradorite?
Well, black tourmaline is good for protection, of course, but it's also good for transmuting the darkness, allowing any kind of entity attachments or shadow figures that may be around your field or connected to your field in some way. I always give it to people that need that, and I crush that stuff up and we use it in ritual. I do, I have my whole table in my kitchen set up for rituals, set up specifically for that client based on their birth chart.
So you have altars. You have pre-set up altars.
Multiples.
Multiple altars.
Yeah, it's kind of like my whole house is like an amusement park. There's freaking lights, purple and orange lights going all the way up the banner around the like awning because there's a big balcony up there, and that's where the studio is, and the sparkle shack, and then the bathroom, full bathroom, sink, a sunken big old tub, and then that whole suite up there for the guest is like as big as my master bedroom. It's ridiculously too much, and I am like insane. As my husband died, I have spent so much money. I have bought every single piece of new art. This whole house hardly had anything. I had a bed, dresser, just basic, because I was staying in a little one room. And then I finally bought my house, and I had to fill it. And everything in it I bought, and it's just, I must say, it's fabulous here. This is why I don't go anywhere. This is why I'm probably still single, because I just chill at the house.
It's a museum.
And I work here. This is my work. So I'm here working a lot of the time, even when clients aren't here, because I'm preparing.
Yeah, it sounds fascinating. You have any? You have photos in the daytime of everything? Oh, good. Yeah,
There's photos. If you go to my page on Facebook, there's all kinds of photos. There's videos. I'm on TikTok too.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Okay, so find me on TikTok, because all my good videos I make on TikTok, and then I put them over to YouTube and Facebook.
Well, I will say this: TikTok has more activity in all ways since I created the profile than any other social media platform.
I agree.
TikTok it just explodes. I mean,
It does.
with activity.
It's done very well. I like it. And I'm not on it long. I limit myself to maybe 5-10 minutes, just a few videos or whatever.
Well,
but I'm always uploading. And then if you comment on my stuff, I always interact back.
Yeah.
Always.
I'm on Twitter. I'm on Tumblr, Instagram. But the thing is, with TikTok, they don't let you have much of a description on your profile. They don't let you say much at all.
No, but you can say it in the video. So you make the video, and then you type it in, and then you set it to be, it's only going to be the first 10 seconds. And then it gives it just the video for 20 seconds, and then you do another little 10 seconds message.
Right.
That's how I do it.
Or the banner, if you're going to upload, let's say, a banner, and then there's a description of the banner, and then you can say whatever you want there.
This
also.
is true.
Yeah.
I like my banner. I like using my banners. I make a bunch of different ones for all my videos. All my videos on YouTube have banners.
Now, black obsidian is volcanic glass.
Yes.
From what I understand, and the Mayans and Aztecs use it for tools and knives and weapons. Mm-hmm. Black obsidian. I have the black obsidian pyramid, and that's also has similar abilities like the thermal.
Yeah, that's more of the, if your heart has been cut out, kind of darkness. I give that to women who've been divorced or cheated on, or God. I get it all. They've been.
Yeah. Well, it's really. I know it's difficult. It's easier for people on the outside to spot red flags with someone's personal issues than the person involved. But it's really not difficult to spot red flags. Like when you're meeting someone, whether they just be an acquaintance or a potential friend or a potential date. Red flags are really not hard to detect.
Well, you're gonna feel the energy, right? Of that person.
Yeah.
Yeah, you gotta be wise. You gotta be very wise.
Yeah. Like if it's too good to be true, it usually is. Like if somebody is overly dramatic about something, where like a narcissist would not acknowledge what the other person is telling them. They'll only focus on themselves. I know somebody like this, that if you tell them anything about you, try to get a word, and you tell them something, they'll go, yeah, and then they'll go back to them. That's an obvious red flag. Like they'll talk at you. Like it's not a two-way conversation.
Well, what kind of wisdom would you offer, Colin?
What's that, Chandra?
I said,
Wisdom.
what kind of wisdom would you offer to that? You said wisdom. You have to be wise.
Yeah, you got to have, what?
Narcissism.
Yeah, you just got to have that discernment within you. You got to be able to differentiate.
Yeah.
Well, I
Like
don't,
what's good and what's bad.
Right.
yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
Some of
respond.
us, some of us are more tuned into it than others. You know what I mean? Yeah.
That's like what I said. I said, I believe this reality that we live in, there are soulless background actors, just like fillers you would see on a movie, that are just simply there for your soul's evolution, for you to be able to evolve into the next stage and not have to come back and do it again. You get to move on to your other destination, dimension, planet, universe, whatever it is. See, I am from a planet that is, this is as much as I know. I'm from a planet that is passed through the Andromedas on the other side. My planet has 2 moons, and then you can see another planet pretty close up. But my planet, it's kind of like a tropical, but it has mountains and stuff, and cliffs and waterfalls. But the water is like this purple blue. And even though it's like light outside, like it's hot, like you can feel the sun, you're looking around, it's light. When you look up, it's still dark with the stars and the planets that you can see. I've had these dreams all my life since I was little. I had 2 little blonde angel guides that I played with when I was little too. I've seen a lot. I've met a lot, had a lot of metaphysical type experiences. I guess that's what you call it, but I call it galactic.
So you're like a physical medium. You're a physical medium.
I'm an extraterrestrial. I'm not human. I've not had that many human lives. I've only had like about 40-something human lives.
Now, does your planet have more than one moon or more than one sun?
Yes, it has 2 moons, but the sun is not apparent in the sky. It illuminates from within. The planet is like the sun, and it illuminates like as though it was day. But you would look up and you would see like it was nighttime.
Right.
And it really is a trip. And I also had dreams about being this like hawk that I fly around this little, it's almost like an egg-shaped spaceship helicopter, but it doesn't have those little propellers or anything. And it just comes in, it's just me and one other person, and we're all in blue suits. And we're like in space. We're space cops, I guess, and we go get the bad guys. I've had that dream too. So I've had all of these galactic interactions too, like seeing them. I smell across the veil. I can smell color. I can smell across the veil, and that I would smell something, and it would be related to whoever I'm talking with, right? And then I've seen, I've had visuals, and it's always kind of in my peripheral, just like, but I can feel them, and I know what my night side is and what my light side is, and I know, if it's coming through here on my right, this is going to be my more dark, more energetic, intense energies, and if it's coming here on the light, it's going to be a more harmonious flow of joy, abundance, acceptance, energies. So that's part of how I do it.
Oh.
Mm.
Get it? I mean, you have a massive amount of fascinating information to share and experiences, and you're very interesting, to say the least, and putting it mildly.
I've enjoyed this. I've enjoyed it very much, but I am going to have to get out of this pool soon. I have to be at a sound healing session at 9
Okay, no problem. No problem. It was great having you on.
Yeah.
People with ASD and ADHD are often called narcissistic. due to their issues with communication, so you must not be so quick to judge. Well, yeah, but we're not shrinks. We're not, we're
No,
not.
I'm not judging nobody. I'm just having a conversation here, and I've enjoyed the hell out of it.
What kind of palms do you normally have in the Gulf? Is it you have like the needle palms?
I have all of them.
Because you could grow Chinese windmill palms there. They're very attractive, very
I have
pretty.
to look some up. Maybe send me a picture, okay?
I'll send you a picture. And the good thing about the windmill palm, all right, it grows straight up 30 feet straight, and it could live in sub-zero temperatures. It could thrive.
Cool.
Yeah, they have them in Europe. They grew them in like Austria, Switzerland, and
Yeah.
yeah. I'll send
We
you.
might have some. There's a lot of different kinds. I'm surrounded by them all, but my pool is completely tree free except for the little Mexican palm that I have over here, which it's a pretty good size, and a few plants. Because this whole area is just deck and pool. Then you go down some stairs to the boat dock, and then there's the canal.
Yeah, you could probably plant like limes, avocados, things like that.
Yeah, but I'm not doing trees. I got a pool and concrete and deck. And my front yard is rocks, and I like it like that. But I also have 2 bird of paradise, and they have bloomed 4 blooms now. I'm so glad.
Oh wow!
We had that horrible winter freeze hit Texas for so
Yeah,
long, and my power was out, and it killed a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. The grid.
Massive. It's massive.
Yeah, that was a rough one. That was last year, right? Last winter.
It froze.
Yeah.
Like literally.
Yeah, I heard about that on the news.
Yeah, and I was out of power for 6 days. Ruined all my food. But now, guess what I got?
Tiki bar.
Generator.
No.
Generator.
No, incorrect. No.
Tiny bubble.
I have a Generac.
A what?
I have a full-ass blown, the biggest one possible ever made, Generac, sitting in my front yard.
Giraffe? A Generac?
A Generac.
Oh,
Generator.
Yeah.
Actual
okay.
brand, the best one
Yeah.
out there. And so now, if the power goes out, boom, it comes all back on. Every single thing as if nothing had happened in 10 seconds or less.
And you have solar panels, I bet, all of them.
No, I don't have any solar panels. I have to pay the electric bill, and that sucks. It's super high.
I can imagine.
It's going to get worse. Worse too.
I know, man. I'm just like,
With the winter kicks in, Lou.
I refuse to live in that. I'm just like, no. I'm gonna just keep creating my perfect life, and I'm always gonna be having everything that I possibly need. Will always come to me, and so it may be. So, and with that, I really gotta go, guys. I gotta get out.
Say hi to all the
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. We can do it again. Message me.
I'll do a little Greek, Zorba the Greek.
Bye, everybody.
All right, I'll see you.
Walk in the light and spread the sparkle.
Okay, until next time. Boy, that was a fascinating. You see how it is with this show. It's like you never know what's gonna happen.
Well, as I said, it's spontaneous, so
Spontaneous. Now, I know that Jordy knows London Love. You probably know her too.
Oh yeah, hey London, how you doing? I don't see the chat, by the way.
No.
No, that's just whatever, just how my setup operates. I can see a little bit, but it's like delayed. I can see back the Jason Cleveland. He's got a boy out. I see nothing after that. So, hang on, maybe if I scroll.
Now,
But that's on my end. That's on my end, James. But yeah, that was an interesting conversation, and to be honest with you, it's nothing that I'm into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well,
it's not my expertise. I don't
I
really.
know about it, James. I know about it.
I know about it
know
too. I don't have, you have to be really good at math to know, to understand astrology, and I'm bad at math, but I appreciate her knowledge.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's like Nostradamus. He pulled everything up through astrology, and some of it was fascinating. If you ever look into his, readings this out of the other, and predictions, absolutely fascinating. But yeah, I'm open. I look at everything, but I just kind of focus on the Lord. That's me.
Well,
And
you know that why I mentioned portals. I mentioned portals.
Oh yeah, and
that are not closed because evil spirits can come into our realm via the portal, using the portals, and if they're not properly closed, then you could have like a Pandora's box opened up, and they'll just come.
Absolutely. And that's what a portal is. That's what a portal is.
And it makes you think about all the evil that's going on in today's modern world.
And and as you said, James, that's what a portal is. You're opening Pandora's box. Just these are your words there now, and you're absolutely correct.
And there are kids playing with Ouija boards like they were toys, and there's kids reciting from black magic books, reciting incantations and chants, and from black magic, like it's a game. They're treating it like it's a game and they want to see something happen for kicks, for thrills. And then when something happens, they all scream and they run out. But guess what? They opened up a portal.
Yeah, and a bigger effect, and that is people invite this type of stuff in. As you said, the word is portal. They invite something in, and then it's a hell of a time to get rid of it.
Well,
once it latches on to you, it's a hell of a time to get it out of here.
Well, once they're in our realm, they're like rubbing their hands together, going, yeah, fat chance you want us to go back where we came from. Yeah, they're not going to.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned in that conversation, just going back, you mentioned the Aztecs in Mexico. The Aztecs were fucking human. It was pure human sacrifice.
Well, you know what they were doing? They thought that the volcano by Mexico City, which is still active, they thought that there was a god in the volcano, and when the volcano erupted and earthquakes took place and lava came out, the god is angry. So they were given human sacrifices, usually poor young virgin females.
Pagan rituals. That's what it was.
God's sakes, they cut the heart out of the girl.
And they threw them down the pyramids.
And held it up while it was still beating. And that's supposed to appease the god in the volcano and quiet it down. Meanwhile, they didn't realize that it's a volcano.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it, when they were making those human sacrifices, cutting out the hearts and holding the heart up while it was still beating, they were throwing the people down, and then there was cannibalism going on.
Gosh.
Yeah, that was totally evil, and that's why Christopher Columbus, they give him a bad rap. He came up. Yeah, sure. I'm not saying he was a saint, or many of his men were not saints at all.
Well, they saw gold.
They came over to combat that.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't their fault. They didn't mean to bring smallpox over to the Americas. It just happened to. Smallpox was a stowaway, just like the Norwegian brown rats and German cockroaches. There were stowaways on the ships, and it
Yeah.
wasn't intentional. But they never experienced this virus before, and it was devastating. But they saw gold. They went back and told, I guess, Queen Isabella, and then the King of Spain, whoever it was, King Philip, the King of Spain, heard that there's a lot of gold over here, and they came over and they took the gold by force, and they unfortunately they try to do like the Spanish Inquisition. They try to force them to be Catholic, or else they would get killed.
Oh, they brought Christianity to a pagan people. It's like when St. Patrick traveled from England to Ireland. Ireland.
Now the snakes in Ireland might not have been real snakes. They might have represented Satan. They might have represented evil spirits.
Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
I don't think Ireland ever really had like snakes.
I never saw one. I've been on many hikes around Ireland, and never saw a snake in my life unless it was imported. Yeah. So there's truth behind, quote quote, the myth.
Yeah, the snakes were symbolic. That's the word I was looking for. They're probably symbolic.
Yeah. But if you had the England, Scotland, Wales, which is all one island, yeah, you're going to get your garden snakes and this, that, and the other over there, But if you had the Ireland, you're not going to find a snake.
Well,
unless it's in a fucking box that somebody has that's imported, like I just said.
Now, of course, there was lots of paganism in England with the Druids, and I'm sure Ireland with the Gaelic, with the
absolutely
Celtic, the Celts. They had paganism because they didn't know any other way. I mean, until the word reached the islands.
Yeah,
it's
it's like James. I used to love going visiting certain forts. I grew up on the northern part of Ireland, right up by Donegal. We used to even go on walks. A few buddies of me, and there's still these
Bushmill.
Yeah, there's still these ringed forts that are preserved. They're 3000 BC.
Wow,
if you can believe that. And
wow.
the reason they were built in a circle is because back in those pagan times, the people used to worship the sun and the moon. You had daylight, you had darkness.
Yeah, because they were obvious. They were up in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
The moon was seen as a goddess of the night, a goddess, and then controlling the tides, and the sun is nurturing to life itself. Without the sun, they couldn't grow crops.
Yeah, right.
You
can see through their thinking, right, James? Exactly. The people of those times, you can see through their thinking. But that's where you get St. Patrick, St. Bridget, St. Columkill. That's where you get them all coming into that part of the world.
I heard there's a really serious, is somewhere in Ireland, in a very old structure, there's a portal that was never closed, and a lot of demonic entities came in. They mentioned something about it being the gateway to hell or something, but there's a lot of, it's very rich in mysticism and legendary stories.
Absolutely. And you know what, James, just like you're touching on it, a lot of us, not a lot of us, everybody every individual in the world has ancestral spirits. It's all passed down through generations and generations, you know. If you look at somebody who's an alcoholic, right? Maybe his son won't be. Maybe his daughter won't be. Maybe their son won't be. But you know what? The next generation will pick it up. It's called generational spirits, you know. And
it's like male pattern baldness. If one man is bald, it might skip a generation, or it might go to the next generation.
Yeah, like all my family's bald, but I never went bald. Sorry, I got hat head.
Hold on.
You know,
knock on wood. Hold on. Knock on wood. Colin,
hopefully.
He's got his hair.
Hang on, gotta get the hat on right again.
Well, that's a blessing.
Yeah.
And you got a nice set of choppers, nice pearly white straight teeth.
Well, it's a bit of work, you know what I mean?
You know how, like they say, English people have very bad teeth, or rotten, or maybe because they eat a lot of candy. I don't know.
Yeah.
You know,
where's wrong?
I
Where's
feel
wrong?
sorry for parents that don't get their children braces and they grow up with a buck. You know, I really feel sorry for them. I mean, it's horrible.
Oh yeah.
You know, but yeah. So getting back, they misdated Stonehenge. Stonehenge is actually, and a lot of structures are over 10,000 years old.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we're always learning new things. Archaeology is a fascinating subject to me. Ancient
it's amazing.
And they're always finding new things, and they're debunking, like science. Once they prove something, that doesn't mean it's not going to be debunked and unproven with something new that'll take over. And then, everything evolves.
Yeah.
But so are you one of those people that gets up early and goes on Stout Sunday and drinks early in the morning for breakfast?
No, not at all. I say mine to the evening. I'm going to have a beer.
I don't know how Ronald Theriot does it, but he does it.
No, I can't. I'm up for work every day. We're even working today, and I'll make come home at night and I'll have a few beers. You know what I mean? But no, it's not like a session. You know what I mean? Different tonight. I'm off tomorrow, so. And then, on a Sunday I'll have a few extra as well. But no, during the week, yeah, maybe a couple of beers, but I gotta be up at like.
Yeah, you can't afford to be.
Yeah, and plus James, I'm driving as well. You know what I mean? I got to drive all day.
You need to drive. You can't get DWI.
Yeah, you can't be monkeyed. You know what I mean?
No, you need to drive. It's important to you.
Yeah. James, I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, no problem.
2 seconds, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this one thing. Oh boy, it's unpredictable.
I get asked a lot about the state of capitalism, and I think that for those members of society of a certain age, we think of capitalism as being locked in an ideological battle with socialism, perhaps, or even communism. But we never really saw that capitalism might be defeated by its own child, technology. And I think that what we find is that even the most diehard free market economists usually save place for what they call market failure. That is, markets really only work when the value of something and the price of that object or service coincide. So the key question is, what causes value and price to get out of alignment? And in fact, every government on earth has a form of levying taxes of some form, because at some level there are certain things that need to be paid for that cannot, in fact, be priced where they must be valued. So for example, raising a standing army is tough because if somebody chooses not to pay for it, it's very difficult to exclude them from the protection of that army. So that in general, what we find is that these market failures are found in every economy, but they are also hopefully a small portion of the economic activity so that we can deal with them as a special edge case. The problem with this is that technology appears to do something about figuring out the size of that small slice and making it rather large. So, for example, if I record a piece of music, once upon a time, if you wanted a high quality version of that music, you had to go to the folks who actually press the record albums. But now I can record music with arbitrary fidelity and share it as a small file. And my having a copy of that file doesn't preclude anyone else from copying the file and using it themselves. There's no question that the number of times I use that file doesn't really degrade the file because it's in fact digital. So in that situation, musicians were among the first to feel the earth crumble beneath their feet, and they had to find new business models because in fact they found that they had gone from producing a private good where price and value coincided to producing a public good. And the idea of taxing people to pay for both an army and their diet of jazz and rock and roll probably didn't make a lot of sense. So the danger is that more and more things are being turned into small files, and that means that the portion of the pie that is private goods is likely to shrink. This is one of several different forces. Another one that I talked about in an essay called Anthropic Capitalism is that software has some very peculiar features. Traditionally, technology has moved us from low-value occupations into higher-value occupations. So while we always decry the loss of jobs, we usually create new jobs which are more fulfilling and less taxing. And therefore, those who've cried wolf when they've seen technology laying waste to the previous occupations, those people have usually just been wrong. But the problem with software is that software spends most of its time in loops. Almost all code can be broken into two kinds of code: code that runs once and never repeats, and code that loops over and over and over. Unfortunately, what jobs are is usually some form of a loop where somebody goes to work and does some version of whatever it is they've been trained to do every day. Now, the danger of that is that what we didn't realize is that our technical training for occupations maneuvers the entire population into the crosshairs of software. And not just a question, it's not just a question in this case of being moved from lower value repetitive behaviors into higher ones. But the problem is that all repetitive behaviors are in the crosshairs of software. So it's not that there's nowhere to go. We still have the Rube Goldberg sections of code where something will happen only once. You know, a company will be founded never to be repeated. A poem will be composed that will never need to be recomposed. But the problem here is that most people don't see themselves as opportunists in this positive sense, right? They don't see themselves as capable of doing these one-off acts of inspiration, which will probably always be fairly highly rewarded. They see themselves as needing a repetitive behavior on which they can build their families, their hopes, and their dreams. And in general, that may be coming to a close. Even if that's always been false in the past, I think that there's excellent reason to think that the era may have changed. When we lost the ability to beat computers at chess, we immediately thought of Go as being a deeper game. But that bought us a very small respite from the power of the computer. And I don't even know of anyone searching for new games more human-friendly than Go to maintain our edge. So I think it's really important to understand that where we are is that we may need a hybrid model in the future, which is paradoxically more capitalistic than our capitalism of today, and perhaps even more socialistic than our communism of yesteryear, because so many souls will require respect and hope and freedom and choice, who may not be able to defend themselves in the market as our machines and our software gets better and better. And this is one of the reasons why something like universal basic income comes out of a place fiercely capitalistic like Silicon Valley, because despite the fact that many view the technologists as mercenary megalomaniacs, in fact, these are the folks who are closest to seeing the destruction that their work may visit upon the population. And I don't know, I think, of any 9, 10, or 11 figure individual at the moment that I'm familiar with who isn't worrying about what we're going to do to take care of those who may not be able to meet their expectations with training and jobs as in previous models, whether it's, truck and car driving is one of the largest employers of working age men, threatened by self-driving vehicles, or any of the other examples, for example, computers that are capable of writing sports stories from the scores alone. So in all of these cases, I think the technology is actually forcing those who are most familiar with it to become most compassionate. And whether or not we are going to leaven our capitalism with some communism, or start from some sort of socialist ideal and realize that if we don't find a way to grow our pie very aggressively with the tiny number of individuals who are capable of taking over operations of great complexity, I think that we are going to have some kind of a hybrid system. I wish I could tell you what it was going to look like, but the fact is nobody knows. Universal basic income is very interesting, but is clearly a first step, and I would say really a first draft of a part of a theory that we just don't have yet. Honestly, I'm rather confused about whether to be optimistic or pessimistic. One of the things that I find most perplexing is that our government is still populated by people who come from sort of softer disciplines, if you will, whether that's law, whether these people come from poli-sci. Very few people in government come from a hardcore technical background. There are very few senators who could solve a partial differential equation, or representatives who could program a computer. And I think that this is really a terrible inversion of what should be happening. As the world becomes more technically demanding, it's important that the children of engineers, mathematicians, and scientists grow up with the children of politicians or executives. And what we've seen is this terrible economic stratification where the technical professions were turned into support roles for this different leadership class. Now, during the 50s, for example, we would have university presidents who might come from a physics background, such as we had at the University of Pennsylvania. The atomic bomb came out of World War II, as did radar. We came to understand the incredible power of computers like ENIAC. And during that period of time, there was a tremendous vogue for thinking of a technical intellectual elite that could, in fact, lead us into a more hopeful and technological scientific tomorrow. Somewhere along the line, that got lost. And I'm very concerned that we have the technical talent to build an optimistic future, but that for whatever reason, we're so terrified now of those technical folks that we keep attempting to subordinate them, to keep them on a leash, to make sure that they are not the ones in the know with power, with decision-making abilities. And I think that if you look at a society like China's, China's certainly not falling for this trap, and they are proceeding along a very different path. So I think whether or not we understand where we are and we make the correct decisions for the optimistic future depends as to whether we have the right leadership class. Do we view our technical people as support staff for the true decision makers, or do we realize that, in fact, these are the people who should have been making the decisions all along? I think if you think about, for example, the Challenger disaster, it was the management class that didn't understand the real risks. The engineers knew just how much risk was being taken. And I think that, in fact, if we could just invert that relationship, we'd have a much better chance at an optimistic outcome.
Well, I will say this. Hold on, let me. Well, before I catch up on the comments, I will say this: there was an episode of the Twilight Zone. You know, Rod Serling to me was a genius, way ahead of his time. This one episode featured character actor Richard Deacon, who played a corporate CEO, and he would walk around the office and throughout the company twirling his pocket watch. And all he did was, you know, browbeat and criticize and yell at employees, saying that if they don't improve, if they don't increase their productivity, he's going to replace them with a computer or a robot. So he would be threatening everybody. So because of technology, at the end of the episode, he himself was replaced by a robot. And they showed the robot walking around twirling the pocket watch. So you see what I mean? Like,
it's happening all over.
Nobody is secure. With technology, nobody is safe.
Yeah, it's happening all over. Look at your grocery stores. You know, you used to have the checkout girl. You know, and now you get the self checkouts with one person manning the whole, you know, go through. Look at the trash men in the street. Used to be like 3 or 4 guys hanging on the back of a truck, and now you get one guy going down, and you get this robotic arm coming out, picking up the trash can and dumping it in. Yeah, jobs are gone for those people. You know, I work a blue collar job myself. You know, and I know how it is. You know, and it's all around us.
Yeah, it's not like, you know, when I was a kid, my late uncle, who owned a corporation, he started out being a electrical engineer, and he ended up very successful. He used to say to me, James, get hooked up and established with one big blue chip company and work hard for them, work your way up the ladder, and they'll take care of you. You'll have one good full-time job and for the rest of your life until you retire. You'll have a nice pension, blah, 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 blah. But he's talking about the 1950s America.
Yeah, those days are gone, brother.
Yeah, he came up. He was a kid. He was a young person in, let me think, 1940s. He started engineering after he graduated in 1950. So he's talking about 1950s America, where everything was very prosperous back then.
Oh yeah.
And you know, even though Eisenhower was Republican, the rich paid not only their fair share in income taxes, they paid even more than their fair share. They paid a very high rate, and he built the interstate highways, Eisenhower. He's the one that built all these interstate highways. And in those days, a man can support an entire family, send his kids to college, and have his wife stay home and be a homemaker and take care of the family. And he can afford to do that in 1950s and early 60s.
Even, hey, James, you know, just sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but even when I first came to the United States in 1986, that's 30 odd years ago, it was totally different. You know, maybe it was getting away from what you're just the history that you're giving us now, but it was not the, but it was pretty much the same. You know what I mean? You know, there was still this, but nowadays it's gone. It's gone. You know what I'm getting to?
It's gone.
Yeah. You know, it's like, as I said, 86. I remember coming. You know, I was 11, about to turn 12 years old. I'm not giving away my age, but there it is. But
I had a lot of fun in the 1980s, the late 70s and 1980s. I had a blast.
What an era! What an era!
But the music was great. The people were friendly. The girls were friendly.
Yeah,
were more friendly.
The style was different. You know, white boots, pair of jams in the 80s.
Yeah, remember that. You had everything was pretty good. Hey, Sid is here, our male rights activist, our alpha male activist. Well, she's kissing up to the military industrial complex, Sid.
Who's that?
She's becoming a sellout, AOC.
Who's you referring to? AOC?
Yeah, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She got slaughtered. Did you see that? She got slaughtered the other week.
She's favoring sending even more money.
She's a communist
to Ukraine. She's siding with Biden. Siding with Biden. She's siding with Biden. Oh, the little boys used to pet my hairy legs in the swimming pool.
Yeah. She's very beautiful looking, but she's a nutter.
Well, she's cute as hell with the dimples and everything. I mean,
she's nuts.
And her personality, but you know what? She's young. You could tell she's young.
Yeah.
She, you know what?
Her brains have to settle down. Her brains need to settle down because she's obviously, you know, as you said, she's young.
She's got to be well seasoned, like a cast iron skillet. She's got to be seasoned. She's not. She doesn't have the wisdom and experience yet. She needs more time.
Yeah, she's.
Hold on there. We got Fast and Furious. Fast.
Hey, Tab 2120. I agree.
Hold on.
Maybe not her, but it's definitely going over there.
Oh yeah.
Zelensky ain't no saint, Tab. That's for sure.
Oh no. There was a lot of corruption in Ukraine for many years.
And I'm not saying I'm a Putin supporter, you know what I mean? But what Tab said is Tab's kind of touching on it, you know. But I think Putin stands between our world now and often documented New World Order. That might be a controversial comment by me, but that's what I think.
Well, people, when you mention, or when I mention words like the oligarch, New World Order, they're like, what are you talking about? They don't know. They don't know what it represents. It represents the top 1% of the wealthiest of the wealthy in the world.
Yeah.
And the people that own the media, the mainstream media,
Yep.
and the people that send lobbyists to Washington to try to pay off the politicians. And of course, many of them, Democrats and Republicans, have their hands out for the old Mamu, you know, and they take it, and then they owe big favors if they get elected. And Sid is right, by the way.
King of the Ducks, God bless you. That's
he's
God bless you.
he's a good egg. Sid is
Yeah.
a good egg.
Oh, Sid's a good fella.
Yeah, he's a good egg. He's a very busy man. He's never here that long, but when he's here, he contributes. Eisenhower was the last of the great Republicans. Before him was Teddy Roosevelt. They were both progressive Republicans.
Yeah, and if you even go back to the days, you know, to the 60s, you go back to President John F. Kennedy, you go back to his brother Robert Kennedy, both of them, obviously, we all know, assassinated. You know, they would have no place in the radical left party at the moment. And I'm not talking about Democrats, right? I'm talking about the radical, like AOC, you know, and there's a few others. I don't want to kind of piss anybody off, but those two men would not be, they would not be welcome in that party. You know, Ted Kennedy's another story, you know what I mean? But those two brothers, assassinated brothers, would not be welcome. Despite their faults and failings, like we all have in life, we all have faults and failings. It's just because in the public eye, things are more documented, obviously, you know, but we're all men, we're all fallen men, you know, and that's just kind of how it is. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and you know what? The Jews are getting a hammering here tonight, but it's and I agree, because it's the radical liberal fucking Jews that are causing all the shit. You know, they run everything. You go back to the Orthodox Jews, completely different story. You know, it's totally different. But it's these radicals. And although I've lived in America now for many, many years, I'm an American. Irish American is what we all can call ourselves. But it's these radical leftist Jews. You know, you see a lot of them on CNN. You know, I don't even watch it. I don't even watch Fox.
Well, I don't watch CNN.
The only Jewish person I listen to now, his name is Michael Savage.
Of course, Savage is not his real name.
Yeah, it's Weiner. Yeah, it's Weiner.
Weiner?
Michael Weiner. Yeah.
Oh, like Anthony Weiner, that was
he's a
video was taking his clothes off in front of young girls and on the video chatting, showing his wiener.
Exactly, Sydney. Yeah, but you know, he changed his name years ago. You know, the guy has many books out, and he's good to listen to. He tells the truth.
But anyway, to answer a lot of these gentlemen in regards to what they said about the Ukraine and Israel and the Jews, Zelensky is Jewish, and there's a large Russian Jewish population in Ukraine. So, and the United States has been kissing Israel's ass since day one. Really, that's the truth. I mean, I'm very progressive and far left, but when somebody's right, I'm going to agree with them. And
yeah, you call us spade. Exactly, yeah, brother.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I know radical left. You know, these gentlemen, if they're wrong, I'll say it, but they're not. They're actually right. They're actually very accurate. Yeah, why? Why? You could eradicate poverty in the United States and homelessness many times over with the money they're sending to Ukraine. It's like whatever happened to the old saying, charity begins at home.
Yeah,
happened to that?
you know, we're involved in an indirect war against Russia. You know, and
Yeah.
things could spill over really quickly because, as I said to you before, Putin, he stands between this administration here and the rest of the fucking, like Jeff Sachs, what's his name? The tycoon that puts all the fucking money into every BLM and everything else. George Soros.
Oh,
you
God,
know,
that guy.
Putin stands between us and the New World Order. That's why they're going after him. That's why they're going after him.
You see,
and I'm not saying I'm an admirer of him. Zelensky is a fucking Nazi, right? But look, hey James, look what Zelensky came out with 2 weeks ago, right? He says he wants an emergency inclusion for Ukraine to be installed in the United Nations. Do you see if that happens? Do you see if that happens? Because they all got to back each other up. You're talking fucking nukes.
Now listen, yeah, and when that happens, we can kiss all this politics goodbye. Believe me.
Yeah.
I want to say to Kevin, Israel has what I call alligator arms. They have short arms and deep pockets.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, don't worry, I got the check. Oh, I got the check. Don't worry. Oh, I can't reach it. I can't reach it. That's
exactly Tab. Exactly Tab.
Oh, they're coming in fast and furious.
Hey, Jason Cleveland, what's up, brother?
Oh, Jason's back. There he is.
He's probably having his meal with his
I don't know.
His wife.
Oh,
probably...
the wheel. Yeah, the wheel. Israel's begging for Israel's missile defense. Oh, yeah. They keep taking and taking and taking and taking. They got the unbelievable. They got one long arm for taking and one short arm for giving. The giving part is the short arm.
Israel decided to oust Netanyahu, and I think it was a mistake. People disagree with me. I think it was a mistake.
Netanyahu was, well, he was a far right-wing fascist kind of a guy.
I hear you. But it
was. I mean, look, they're shooting civilian Palestinians, even unarmed ones. You know, they're murdering.
That's been going on for years, James. That's been going on for years.
Yeah. Oh, Bart Robinson, the great Bart Robinson. Good evening to you, sir. Good evening to you, sir.
Not saying it's right, James, you know what I mean, but it's vice versa also. It's been coming from, Palestinians also, and where I grew up, they're big supporters of Palestinians, right?
Yeah.
They fly the flags, this, that, and the other. I'm completely different. I don't see it that way. And maybe it's because I've been gone for so long. You know what I mean? I've been gone for many, many a year. And I just see things totally different.
Uh-huh.
Whereas, if I went back into that community, it would be difficult for me to express my views because,
Well, you can't because you can. In other words, like when you were here with
Sydney,
when you were here with a worker's visa, you didn't have what do you call a permanent residency yet, so you can't say anything about politics politically, and you couldn't say anything. Now,
well, thankfully now I can, James, because I exercised my First Amendment. privileges. And, you know, going back to those early days, it was a retired Marine that brought me over. He was a attorney at law.
Right.
He brought me over when I was a teenager, or not even a teenager, you know, 11, about to turn 12. And him and his wife brought me over. And God rest their souls now. They both passed on. You know, they died in their 80s. But great people.
Good. God bless them. And
Amen.
you know,
Amen, brother.
you cherish the people in your life that helped you, you know, and
Yeah. Out of the blue.
you remember that. Now,
Yeah.
Sydney has a lot in common with Michael Hilton, who also is a MGTOW, men going their own way, red pill alpha male, that discusses male rights activism. So you two guys have a lot in common. I'm going to spin the wheel, make a deal.
Is that BC Herbs or BC Beers?
That's BC.
He's got his
Well, divide and conquer, Kevin. You know,
yeah.
This is B. He doesn't know I'm doing this, but that's too damn bad.
No, I'm sure he wouldn't mind.
Yeah, now he's very touchy.
Agreed.
Sexuality. Sexuality. Oh boy, it's gonna get us in trouble, huh? Well, sexuality. You know, I had this friend I used to go out with back in the 1980s named Tony. You know, he was a slick pickup artist kind of dude. He was also nuts. He had this megaphone in his car, and if somebody, you know, if he needed to shout something at someone, he would open the window and use the megaphone. And he believed that dating is based on the 3 T's: tongue, tit, and tail. He says if the woman is really attracted to you and you're her type, at the end of the first date, you should be getting tongue. By the end of the second date, you should be getting tit. And by the end of the third date, you should be getting tail. Tongue, tit, and tail. If you don't get tail by the end of the third date, she's putting you in the friend zone. You're in the friend zone. You might as well just, it'll be platonic. It's not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, that's it. That's the old cliche from years ago. I heard that myself.
Yeah, tongue, tit, and tail. Beam me up, Scotty. What do you think about tongue, tit, and tail, Sid?
But look at the exploitation of sexuality these days. You know, look here in Virginia, look what they're doing.
Oh,
you know,
human trafficking?
No, it's not even that. Look what they're doing to children. You know, if one guy doesn't want to have a Barbie doll, you know, when he's a baby, he goes for, you know, he goes for a Barbie doll instead of a G.I. Joe. You know what I mean? So then they want to castrate him. They want to make that child.
You mean literally they want to castrate him?
Yeah.
Take him a gelding, a capon?
Yeah. Listen to Matt Walsh. He talks about transgenderism so much. You know, Matt Walsh, look him up. A good watch, James. He talks about it a lot, and it's a diabolic attack on our children and our society. It's very
it is diabolical. What gives them the right to mutilate a child?
And that's what they're doing.
They have no right to do that.
I watched a video last night. It was DonJohnsonMedia.com.
Don Johnson. Well, first of all, I don't take any celebrity or Hollywood star.
No, this is not the Don Johnson from
Oh, it's
fucking
another one.
Vice.
Okay.
It's a guy. His name's Don Johnson. JOHNSON.
Oh, by the way, the word cuckold always cracks me up. I just think it's funny. Thank you anyway. Thank you. It's not supposed to work that way. That's why I left the Lapsed Church. Well, but if you're paying, but if you're well, then the girl should pay for half of her date. Then, if she doesn't, if nothing is to be anticipated, then people should go on a date and go Dutch. If you're gonna spend and pick up a tab every damn time, and nowadays that gets really expensive.
You know what let me say something here really
I'm not
quick.
buying drinks. I'm not buying no $8 drinks for any.
You know what, King of the Dots, I'm with you. I'm with you, brother. But you know what? Hang in there, and find a traditional Latin mass or something like that. Don't go to any of these woke places that fly the flag, which they've tarnished and taken away the rainbow, right? Tab, yeah, they do, absolutely.
90 grand, holy shit! A rainbow is a beautiful, a beautiful thing of nature.
Yeah, and it's been hijacked. It's been hijacked by the transgender.
I mean, there's supposed to be a pot of gold at the end of a rainbow. I have a friend that actually had a rainbow touchdown in his backyard, and I said, "Go out
King
there,
of the Dots, hang in there, King of the Dots, hang in there, brother. I'm with you.
There right away. Go out there." Yeah, money for monsters. It's evil. I says, "Go see if there's a pot of gold. It's in your backyard." He says, "No gold, no leprechauns." I says,
"Yeah, well,
you guys,
James, do you remember Darby O'Gill and the Little People? Sean Connery, that old movie.
Yeah,
Darby O'Gill.
I never saw that one.
Oh, it's a great
film. It's getting late.
It's in the fifth.
Cuckolder cracks me up. Cuckolds. Cuckolds. It almost sounds like you're holding your cock. Cockholds.
Yeah.
Commit oral circumcision. It's legal in the USA. Oral circumcision.
It happens.
What in tarnation is oral circumcision? Oral?
Who knows what happens in some of these places, man?
Well, circumcision, is debatable. It's a controversial subject. Some people say there's more sensitivity because we're still on the sexuality subject here. There's more sensitivity in the penis with an uncircumcised. When it's uncircumcised, it's not attractive looking, uncircumcised, and it also is not as sanitary as being circumcised.
Yeah, but that's an old myth. It depends where you grew up. Now these days we evolve. You get how many body lotions can you buy? How many soaps can you buy? That's an old myth. That's an old myth. If somebody wants to get circumcised, well, even though most people don't have a choice because it's normally done here in the United States when you're a kid.
Yeah.
As long as the doctor gets it right.
Yeah, of course. I was circumcised, and let me tell you, I believe it's a lot easier to keep it clean when you're circumcised. But anyway, wait a minute.
But, there's other places in the world, places in the world that haven't been circumcised. And you know what? I haven't been circumcised. I grew up in Ireland. Nobody in Ireland, unless it was a medical issue and they had to get it done. I'm as clean as a whistle. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you pull the foreskin back and you soap it up. You get the suds in there.
That's not even an issue. It's not even.
You gotta have soap. There's always hope where there's water and soap.
Yeah, but
mean,
it's not even an issue. It's
I'm very meticulous.
yeah, and so am I.
Well, you get
You
a
know?
fucking bar of soap, you pull the foreskin, and you soap everything. Not just that. I mean, you're even supposed to soap your asshole so it doesn't stink, and you rinse it
Yeah.
out.
Wash yourself. Yeah,
Now,
you wash yourself.
now, King of Dots, you didn't live with your wife. He didn't live with his wife before he was married, but I am sure they dated, and they had to. Listen,
King of Dots, I agree.
if he said he was celibate, don't believe it. Don't believe it. They believe me. And women are worse than men when it comes to sex drive. They just don't tell you. Believe me, they went and got a room somewhere. Don't worry about living or not living with.
King of Dots, I agree with the point that you said. Satan hijacked God's symbol. Yeah, which is the rainbow, and he hijacked it through this sick.
Yeah, it looks better. It looks bigger. Well, when it's circumcised, you got the mushrooms out front and center.
Whatever.
Oral
It's not like going back to the Clint Eastwood days where everybody's jumping in a barrel, taking a bath. You know what I mean? It's it's 2022, and we can all take care of ourselves. We all know what cleanliness is, this, that, and the other.
Here, we got a troll here to keep coming back. Look at this.
I saw it coming up.
Vert Girls Chat. I'm going to have to block this jabroni again. It's not letting me do it. What's going on here, man? Oh, now I can do it.
But you know what? You see, I've seen this type of thing coming up a few times. And they're hard to get rid of. These trolls that come in.
Yeah, no, I just ignore them. When you give them attention, that's what they love. They love attention. Okay, now I'm interested with this comment. I'm interested. So what you're saying, King of Dots, is that the foreskin, when it goes in and back,
excuse me.
When it goes back and forwards, like putting on a condom and taking it off, it rolls, and when it goes back and forth, it creates some kind of friction in the woman's vagina. Is that what you're saying? Uncircumcised men flapping. You mean that the foreskin going like this? Is that what you're trying to say there, sir? Oh boy. 43 years. Oh, more power to you. And you get along. When I was a kid, my best friend in grammar school and high school said to me, his father said to me, the best way to maintain compatibility in a marriage is don't talk to each other. If you don't talk to each other, you won't argue. If you don't argue, you won't have any problems. Well, that's good. 43 years. That's pretty good, man. Well, I tell you, this wheel wants to get me in hot water. I can tell. I mean, all I could say is you live and learn.
You talking about Bruce Jenner?
Bruce Jenner. You live and learn through experience. Sex education class. Well, the wheel picked it. It's not my fault. Blame BC.
BC. What's your fault, brother?
It's all your fault, BC. Now, my story is you make mistakes when you're young. When you're young, dumb, and full of cum, you make a lot of mistakes, and then hopefully you learn from your mistakes and you gain wisdom as you get older. If I had my brain now when I was 18, 21,
Imagine.
20s, I would have took advantage of so many opportunities that I had before me that
James, you could have run for president.
I would have chickened out. I chickened out. I chickened out, and if I like, in other words, I had opportunities where when you see an opportunity, you got to go for it, because if you snooze, you lose. So you got to grab that brass ring and take advantage of it. Well, when I was young, I didn't do it. I got cold feet, But anyway, sex education. So King of Dots, you getting a little nervous with this sex
No,
talk?
James, what I would say to everybody is watch the Matt Walsh, MATTWALSH video. What is a woman? It's on the Daily Wire.
Well,
The Matt Walsh video. What is a woman?
A woman is different. There's no doubt about it.
It's powerful.
The hormones.
Look it up on YouTube. You get the trailer.
It could be hormonal. What is a woman? It could be hormonal. It probably is. That influences their emotional personality. They are definitely different. Don't believe this feminism crap where, the women are trying to act like men. Yeah, they got the black manly tattoos on the side of their arms, and they're trying to be like men. It's not going to happen. A woman's personality is different, and it could be hormonal. It could be estrogen that does it.
And James, that's what Matt Walsh is talking about, because again, he's going into transgenderism, right? And he's meeting people in the street. He's had people up on interviews, people who have done the so-called transition. And then he's had people up on interviews who had the transition and then turned back, but it's too late because they already butchered themselves. You know what I mean? And Matt Walsh, what is a woman? Check it out. It's very educational. Not so much educational, but it's a natural law. And it's just reality. God created Adam and Eve, not Adam and Steve. You know what I mean?
You're right. If you're born, by the way, welcome, greetings to Mary Hernandez, originally from Southern California. I think.
Hey, Mary. What up, Mary?
I think she's watching now. One of my recent appointments that I had, this medical center makes the appointment. They ask me the routine questions, and then before I hang up with them, before we say until my appointment, well, I'll see you. She says, I have some questions to answer you, and you don't have to, I have some questions to ask you. You don't have to answer them if you feel uncomfortable, but I have to ask you. I go, well, go ahead. Ask me. She says, when you were born, what gender were you assigned at birth? I go, what gender was I assigned? I says, I was born with male genitalia, therefore I'm a male. What do you mean, what gender am I assigned? What am I, like they're...
Yeah, when the midwife delivers a child, she looks down. She either sees a vagina or a penis.
Congratulations. You have a baby daughter, or you have a baby, you have a little boy. You have a boy
Yeah, exactly.
called the son. It's like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
I mean, what gender am I sign? And it's like, well, you know, we have to ask if you're transgender, you're this, you're that. I said, look, listen.
It's called diabolical disorientation. That's what's
I
happened.
was born with male genitalia. I still have the male genitalia. Therefore, ipso facto ergo, if you want to ask me what assignment I was given, I'm a male. All right. It has nothing to do with my appointment with the gastroenterologist or whatever the heck it was. I forgot which medical center it was, but it has nothing to do, because all people see doctors. Women see doctors. Children see pediatricians. Men see doctors of all kinds, and even transgenders see doctors. So what difference does it make? What gender am I? Like another medical center, they took the word, you know, the part where it says list your race, nationality, but they took the words white and Caucasian off of the list. But they had every single indigenous people, tribe, they had everybody else. When I say everybody, it was like soup to nuts. But they didn't have the word Caucasian and they didn't have the word white. So what do I pick? What do I pick?
Yeah, it's like Chuck Norris came out with a statement about 6 months ago. He says, you know, and this is in regards to people that think that they're male in a woman's body, right? Chuck Norris says, I was in a woman's body and then I was born. You know what I mean?
It's that simple.
Yeah.
You know, King of Dots, you're right. When it comes to viruses and deadly bacterias, you know, pathogens have a habit of mutating and becoming resistant to that which formerly killed them. They mutate and they come back stronger or worse than before. Like let's take COVID-19. Now we have the new Omicron. The new Omicron is worse than the original COVID-19 back in Wuhan, China. So, you know, you are right about that. You are right. I am personally in contact with a beautiful woman who has 3 children and is transitioning.
Yeah, look what he says after it. That's the tragic part.
In Texas, she chopped it. Oh, she had a double mastectomy on purpose.
Yeah.
On purpose.
Yeah. You got the chop. Yeah.
Wait, whoa. I don't get it because he still wants to be with men. Well, if whatever the hell this person is wants to be with men, then why spend the money and go through the mutilation of becoming a man? Just remain as you are. Remain a woman. If you like men and you
a man can never become a woman. A woman reproduces. Man and woman reproduce. That God said, "Go forth and multiply." You know, 2 men cannot multiply. You know, and you get these, you know, transgender men. Well,
nobody's going to get pregnant up their ass. That's for sure.
Yeah, right. But then you get these transgender men who are like they dress up like women. That's not going to be productive. There's nothing can come out of it.
No,
it's Sodom and Gomorrah. Sodom and Gomorrah.
How are you going to compete in the job market? Going on a job interview.
These type of actions scream out to heaven for vengeance, and it'll happen someday. You know.
Okay. You remember the song by Salt and Pepper? Let's talk about sex, baby.
Baby.
Let's talk about you and me. Let me see if I can play it.
Let's talk about all the good times. I remember.
Let's talk about sex, baby.
Oh, you got that good. You got that good, James. Nice job.
I played for the first time ever. I never practiced. I played at the end of Fandango Friday. I played Herb Alpert and Tijuana Brass, one of the dating game songs.
Uh-huh.
You know, the one that goes da 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 da. I played that, and it came out pretty good. I never practiced it. I never practiced it before, but anyway, yes, Jason Cleveland is correct. Are you still at the restaurant, Jason? The wheel never looked better.
Jason.
Hey, you mother. What the hell's going on? Oh, space program. Yeah. You know, try to save the planet Earth, for God's sakes, before you worry about colonizing Mars. Or there's no way, even if you found out that the exoplanet is in the Goldilocks zone, you found another planet that's has the same atmosphere as Earth, and it's clean, and we can all move there. How are you going to get all these billions of Earthlings with their suitcases? How are you going to get them there? The planet is probably light years away, and then you gotta build homes, place to live. It's how the hell are you going to get there? Be realistic.
That's not going to happen. You know what I
It's
mean?
not gonna happen.
But I think President Trump was correct in creating the Space Force, right? Because Barack Obama shut it down, and
it's important.
The reason why we go into space is just to try and find different things that may help us, and our medical issues and ways, and but I think that the U.S. Space Force should be recognized, and I think Donald Trump done a good thing by reintroducing it. The United States of America.
I think satellites are very important. I think space stations are very important. I think the new telescope, the Webb, what is it? The James Webb or some the Webb telescope that replaced the Hubble telescope is wonderful because it's seeing things that clearly that we never saw before. That's extremely important, and being able to, like they tested it out, being able to deflect an asteroid that could be headed for Earth. That's extremely important because it saves our ass.
Yeah, it's like the early explorers, Christopher Columbus, Vasco da Gama, Magellan, to name but a few. You think what those guys had done and had to go through back in the time just to explore, some people thought the world was flat. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I really think it was horrible that even Captain Cook brought smallpox to the South.
The ship was the Endeavor.
To the South Pacific Islanders. All the indigenous people they were, a lot of them were killed off by smallpox, and you know, Europe was really, Europe during that time, the Renaissance period. Well, the Middle Ages, they really didn't travel the oceans.
Well, James, I don't think they had smallpox in Europe. It's just whatever gene they brought with them,
I mean,
didn't interact with the original American people.
there was a sanitation.
Yeah,
There was always a sanitation issue, like in Europe. Like
awful.
for instance, King Henry VIII. You know why he drank ale all the time? Because the public water was contaminated. You know, it was safer to drink the ale than it was to drink the water.
And is it true that a lot of, back to the Roman Empire, is it true that a lot of them died with lead poisoning because of the aqueducts?
Oh, so there was lead. There was lead in the aqueducts, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, geez, lead. Oh, man.
Yeah, a lot of them kicked the bucket with lead poisoning.
Yeah, so they marveled at the aqueduct, the invention of the aqueduct, but they used lead.
Yeah.
Jeez. I mean, couldn't they, like, you know, stick with like something nice like marble or granite or
clay or whatever.
clay or something, or the stone that they used to make walls with?
Yeah.
Or else they have to use this other substance.
Yeah, they use lead.
But anyway, you know what? They didn't know. I mean, look, talk about technology. Look look at what a godsend technology did for medical science. I mean, when in the 1980s, when somebody had bypass surgery, they sawed your sternum and they forced your sternum open with clamps, and you know, to get at your heart, and you know, they cracked the bone. Now they go, you know, they do all this arthroscopic surgery. They go through an artery, and you know, and it travels, and they go right to the area, and they do arthroscopic surgery. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's like back in the old days, if you had to get a pacemaker put on, and my mother, prime example, this is going back to 1974, probably about 6 weeks after I was born.
I bet they cracked her open like a lobster tail.
Yeah, and plus, for some reason, when you were getting this pacemaker in, you were awake.
What?
Obviously, you were numbed.
No,
but no,
and your chest was wide open.
Yeah, awake during the operation. Yep.
You know,
the pacemaker was that size. Now it's like a chip, a microchip.
And it was huge. Well, look at the phones. Look at the first mobile phones were huge.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and another thing, the memory and power of today's smartphones were greater than the first desktop sold. The first desktop computers sold were not nearly as advanced and powerful as today's mobile phones. Now, shows you about technology. Radiation treatment is very precise. It's just, it's. I hate to say, I mean, I have to say, it's a godsend. Medical science, technology did wonders for medical science, you know, and it saved many lives. Let me spin this one more time, just one more time.
Go for it, bro.
Yeah, just one more time. Hey, BC, you never look better. you,
I think we should spin it again.
this should be easy because
spin
you know I'm gonna bash macro corporate American macro beers, you know, and it was and King, I think it was King of Dots that told me, or was it Tab? It's either, I think it might have been Tab told me that he knew, well, he knows a person that worked for Anheuser-Busch, and they put a chemical as a preservative, a chemical that is very close to formaldehyde.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole bunch of preservatives in macro beer that they don't list on the label naturally. And there's also adjunct ingredients, you know, cheap filler, rice and corn. It's probably genetically modified corn, white rice, you know, it's cheap filler compared to the old European way, the German purity law of, you know, using the barley malt, malted barley, hops, yeast, and water. And you know, if you're going to use other ingredients, and the craft beer does this, use various varieties of hops and various types of malts, and they do it. Craft beer, and they use there's different types of yeasts, and you know, if you want to flavor it, if you want to do it like a summer ale, like a pilsner or a pilsner or a summertime ale with lemon, well, they do it. They flavor the IPAs, the regular ales, you know, the pale ales, the lagers, which I like. I like the lagers. I like the dark lagers. Black lagers, or even a brown lager.
Yeah. Did you ever try Newcastle Brown Ale?
Sure.
Yeah, I haven't tried it in years, but I always remember the big bottles when I was younger.
I tried, as far as English ale, I tried Boddington's ale.
I like Boddington's. I haven't had it for a while now, James, but I like Boddington's as well.
I mean, Ireland has some refreshing products.
Yeah. Do you know Boddington's is actually made in Manchester, England?
Really?
Yeah, that's where Boddington's
is an industrial city in England.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Boddington's, Newcastle, but I'm a big Guinness guy, but you know, I don't buy it too much because it's too heavy, but I just drink Miller Lite now. Been in America too long.
Is Magners a popular?
Great cider. Great cider.
The hard ciders, and well, they do have some beers. Are they popular, Magners in Ireland? I mean,
Yeah. The only place I could get them down here, James, is when I used to go into Total Wine.
Yeah.
You know, they done a lot of imports and stuff, and was able to get them. Hey, Western, what's up, bro?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
The great Western Mike is here for San Francisco, California. And
San Francisco.
What up? What is up? How are you guys doing? So here's
good.
Here's my crib. Oh, hold on, gonna get something.
Get some. Yeah, you got yourself a haircut. Looks good.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I gotta get a haircut. I gotta get buzzed. I gotta get buzzed like you got.
He's got a military haircut.
Yeah, I get buzzed so I don't have to brush it.
Oh yeah.
Comb it.
It's
you never have a bad hair day when you get buzzed.
Oh no. Yeah, when you get buzzed, you don't really even have to worry about it too much.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about it too much.
Yeah. You know, Mike, I thought of you immediately when I saw Chris Cuomo doing his walk and chat video.
Oh yeah.
You know, the walk and chat Here we go. Yeah, the
Oh, sorry.
chat. Yeah, he does that. He exercises, and
Yeah, he does. He walks and talks at the same time.
yeah.
He aims
He's
the
got a
phone, and he doesn't care. So
No, he doesn't. He does. He's on News Nation now. No more.
new show, right? He's got. I heard that on the radio the other day. He's got a new show.
He's got a new show because his so-called best friends threw him under the bus over at CNN.
what? Don Lemon?
Yeah, his so-called "I love you, brother. I love you, brother." Back and forth. I love you, brother. And then Wolf Blitzer, I think, and the guy that looks like George Costanza, Brian Stetler.
That's an awful channel. I can't even watch it.
Yeah, he threw him under the bus, man.
I can't even look at those fucking guys. Blooper? The other guys.
I haven't watched CNN since they screwed over Chris Cuomo.
Fuck CNN.
I have no interest. I have no interest in CNN. But the CEO got fired. The CEO that fired Cuomo got fired himself.
Yeah.
That's kind of a backfire.
Yeah, I mean, of course he cares about his brother, and he has the right to give his brother advice. He's an attorney, Chris Cuomo. It's his brother, for God's sakes.
Yeah, but he's an ass. The both of them.
His brother is a divorced, single, straight, heterosexual male that was trying to hook up with some girls, and there was no evidence to
Well, the Comos have run New York for how long?
1,000 years.
Yeah, since their old father. Since their old father.
Mario Cuomo, yeah.
The Republicans have gained an advantage in the New York gubernatorial election. So in that race, the Republicans are
Bucco,
in the lead.
What's her name? I can't even pronounce her name. The girl.
Hochul something.
Mochel. She's from Buffalo. She's a Buffalonian.
Well, we're looking down here in Virginia, Northern Virginia. We're looking for Hung Kao to get in there. He's ex-Navy SEAL, and we're looking for him to get in. He's running against Wexton, so I'll be going out in November, putting my vote in. So hopefully,
You're from Virginia?
Well, he's in Virginia now.
Yeah, I've been in Virginia, Western for Mike for 22 years.
He's Irish.
Originally from Ireland.
Cool. Right on.
Yeah. Cheers,
right.
bro.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Cheers to. Oh, you know what I saw in the liquor store? It was a non-alcoholic. It was a ginger beer made by a famous beer company. It was a ginger beer. It was a non-alcoholic ginger beer. And I'm trying to remember the company. It's a popular company.
Ginger beer can be good.
It's probably non-alcoholic beer with ginger flavor.
Oh,
that's
nice.
Probably what it is. It's probably what it is, and I bet it will be very refreshing, and you don't have to worry about getting a headache, and
Non-alcoholic.
Yeah, it's like if somebody usually, I guess, if they usually buy Canada Dry ginger ale, so you get this. It's a low gravity. There has to be like a tad bit of alcohol in here, maybe just a touch.
Is it true what they say? It's the old ginger is good for your stomach.
Absolutely, very good for your gastrointestinal system, and if you have a cold or flu. Jason Cleveland welcomes Jason Hilton Goldsmith. Now, where is Jason? Jason, where are you? You home yet?
Where the heck are you?
Put your foot down and say, you know, I'm a grown man. I'm going to go live on Progressive Discussions if you're home.
I'm a grown man.
I'm a grown man. Let me tell you something. All right. Dating game. Herb Alpert. Oh, here's the troll.
Mm-hmm.
The troll is back. The troll is back, Michael Hilton and Colin.
Yeah, I saw
everybody else. Look, the troll is back. Find love on the best dating site. Yeah, right. Let me block this jabroni. Goodbye.
Bye. Have a lovely day, Karen.
I knew. I'll be right back.
Okay. Tab says, should I click on that dating site? No. I say no. You'll find a lot of damaged goods on dating sites.
No, but you should show the ladies that playing that you were doing.
Oh, this is funny.
You know the movie Swingers?
What was that?
The movie Swingers?
It says something about queers?
No. You know the movie Swingers?
Oh, check your mic audio. Yeah.
You know the movie Swingers?
Never saw it. Never saw it.
Oh, it was good. Okay.
The damn Bluetooth. You know, I have problems with Bluetooth also.
What's that?
I have issues with Bluetooth. You know, it comes and goes.
Yeah. Yeah, like Instagram, what you said about the all the cackling. Like.
Yeah, I didn't hear. I saw your lips moving, but I didn't hear your voice. I just heard like you know, like chickens.
This car stopped in the middle of the road. Maybe they were like, maybe that cackle was so frigging, you know, like shrill that even they heard that from across the road and were wondering what was going on over there.
Yeah, because I never had a problem hearing your live videos on Instagram before. That was like the first time.
Oh yeah, no, that had not happened before. Living too much.
Yeah, he's gone now. Sid is gone, but he enjoys talking about dating and male.
What happened to Commodore?
Brokeback Mountain.
There's a movie.
Men. So the most important thing that man could do is focus on self-improvement in to better his own life, and not be preoccupied with women, pursuing them, procuring them. Not even think about it. Just go about your life, have hobbies and interests and friends, and a career if you choose to, and just focus on self-improvement, bettering yourself, and then your self-esteem will skyrocket, and you won't deal with any nonsense. You just won't deal with any crap. You know, you spot a red flag, you put on the brakes.
Mhm.
That's it.
Skid marks.
Yeah, don't get. It's really
That's right.
a lot of the experts say, don't get involved with a woman with younger children. Don't get involved with the single mother thing, because what's going to happen is they're going to want you to be an instant daddy to somebody else's children, and you're always going to play second fiddle to the kids. Once a woman has a kid, even if you're married, once a woman has a kid, you automatically are playing second fiddle.
Yeah.
You automatically. And if the woman has a cat and a dog and a kid, you're probably in fourth place.
Understand that.
You know. So what did you have for dinner tonight, there, Michael?
I'm about to have the Mac Daddy sandwich from the Melt, which is a couple towns over. It's nice. It's a good sandwich. That's it's mac and cheese with two pieces of bread. Yeah, oh yeah, it's a mac and cheese sandwich, gentlemen. So that's on the menu tonight. Yeah.
I saw a recipe with a photo of mac and cheese. I mean, real cheese, not Velveeta or any processed crap. It was mac and cheese with seafood. It was like crab meat, shrimp. I mean, that looked really good.
Oof. Seafood mac and cheese. Yeah, that's really good. Used to do this combination with mac and cheese. Forget what it was, but it was pretty good. Mac and cheese is really versatile, and
well, it's tasty as all. Well, I love cheese.
Yeah.
I never met a cheese I didn't like, except for fake cheese, which I consider Velveeta.
Velveeta, yeah.
To be processed. American cheese is between semi-processed.
You like Wayne cheese and Colby Jack?
I love them all. Monterey Jack, Colby, the Munster. I think Munster, great melting cheese, like mozzarella. It's a German. To me, it's like a German mozzarella.
Mozzarella is perfect.
Mozzarella, good mozzarella, the white one, I don't know
the tomato.
Yeah, I don't know if you get polio, but get a good don't get the mozzarella with oil in it, like the cheap garbage. They stretch out the mozzarella by putting cheap oil in it, and that's why
mozzarella would need oil.
Go to a shitty pizzeria, and if you notice the pizza's like oily on top, that means they're using the garbage, the cheap mozzarella. Yeah.
I'm gonna pour some shit.
Tab. Yeah, no, I love cheeses. I love extra sharp cheese.
Oh, I love sharp cheese. You ever have ripened brie? You know, where it's mushy and really sharp. You know, with the cheese with the mold around it.
Yeah.
The French cheese, brie or camembert, and it gets ripe and it gets real stinky and soft. You put that on crackers and you have like something good to drink.
Or a baguette. Get one of those fresh baguettes. Just get it that morning and put that cheese on it. I eat the whole fucking baguette.
Listen, I have it in the freezer. I buy sourdough French baguettes. Sourdough French baguettes. And I also buy Italian bread with Asiago cheese inside.
Oh.
And you know what I do with it? I cut it in big pieces and I put it in the freezer. And the reason why I do that, it doesn't get stale or moldy in the freezer. And
Yeah.
and a matter of fact, I'm gonna be eating some later on. I put it in a
Oh,
skillet.
you have some Asiago.
Oh yeah, this is Italian cheese mixed into the. I'm sorry, Italian bread with the Asiago inside of it.
Oh yeah.
And like he said, the baguette. But this is real bread, like they call it artisan bread, where it's real crusty on the outside and soft on the inside.
Oh yeah.
And the sourdough French baguette, I mean, you can smell that it's real sourdough.
I can just,
Hey, to our friend down there, just wanted to say, well, Matt Walsh needs to grow up then. In that case, when it comes to
Mount Walsh,
he's
Matt
cool,
Walsh,
but then in that case, he needs to grow up.
is he a snob? Is he like a snob elitist of some kind? That
Yeah.
he would put down mac and cheese. Maybe he's associating mac and cheese, the cheap version of mac and cheese.
I think he's just messing.
Like with the commoner,
He messing.
I love
messing,
mac.
That's right.
I love mac and cheese.
Who doesn't?
Yeah.
I love it, but not mac and cheese out of a box. I'm not talking about Kraft macaroni and cheese.
Oh, you're doing old school.
That's fake.
No, I don't eat that. No.
You get the pasta going, and you put your ingredients in there, and you make it the way it should be.
Well, the thing is, my sister's learning more about how to use her electric hot air fryer, and she's starting to put more things in there, and it's really a very versatile kitchen appliance. I mean, it browns your food. You don't need any oil. You can do so much with it. And I think she made a banana bread in there just to see what would happen. Not bad. Because when the bananas get overripened, instead of throwing them out, they freeze well, and you save it for like, you can freeze them for you if you want to make a smoothie or banana bread or whatever. Or you're boiling oatmeal and you want to put a frozen banana in there that you have, because they freeze very well.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of common sense tips.
They freeze tough though.
What's that?
They freeze really tough though. If you eat into it and it's still kind of cold, it's gonna knock your teeth out. It's so be careful how cold that is when you eat it.
Yeah, no, you'll get a freezer headache if you bite into it. No, it freezes hard. But like if you want to use it, if you want to make a smoothie, like let's say you want to put protein powder, milk, whatever you like to put in there, and you throw the frozen banana in there, and instead of putting ice cubes in your smoothie, you put frozen fruit. You got frozen blueberries. You can put frozen blueberries in there.
Blueberries, strawberries, yeah.
Oh yeah, frozen blueberries are great.
Raspberries.
Raspberries.
Yeah. Love them. Used to pick them off of trees years ago. Little raspberries. You used to eat them as you were picking them.
Raspberry trees, man.
I don't think I remember seeing like seedless frozen cherries. I don't think I've ever. Maybe I wasn't looking.
Seedless cherries.
Seedless, those Bing cherries, the dark red ones.
Haven't ever seen a seedless cherry.
No, they would have to machine pit them. They would have to,
Oh.
No, there's no such thing as a seedless cherry. I mean, to freeze them, you would have to, because the pit will chip your tooth. It's a hard seed inside.
Go figure.
you know. But yeah,
Love
Mike has gotten to know many non-alcoholic beers.
Oh yeah.
Does Trader Joe's have a good selection of them?
Not really. They have one or two, but that's it.
That's about it.
Bananas are good if you take cramps. You know, they put the potassium in your body, and
Well, the fiber is good. That soluble fiber, it feeds the probiotics.
yeah, if you're getting like night cramps, some people wake up with night cramps, or you know, if you're dehydrated, you know, depending on what job you're doing.
Yeah,
Eat-
electrolytes.
Yeah, eat a banana every day. Good for the roughage as well. It's as good as
Yes.
Metamucil. Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's a good binder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what do we got here? Got something. You got Driscoll. What are they? Raspberries? Red raspberries.
Oh, raspberries are good.
They're really, really good, guys. Buy these every single week.
I used to eat
So
fresh.
healthy, like, so healthy.
I used to eat fresh figs off my grandfather's fig tree. You know, when they were ripe.
Yeah.
And I've had fresh dates once in my life, and let me tell you, they're real. They don't look like the dried dates, and they taste really good. They're actually they taste. They're not as super sweet as a dried date, but they're different.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, did you yeah, they're good. Did you hear about that poll where Zeldin is ahead of Hochul in the governor race in New York?
Really? That's strange.
Yeah. Yeah, the Republicans took the lead. So
Yeah,
that's strange.
Well, President Trump spoke tonight in Texas, you know, and
yeah,
I got to go back and rewatch it.
What did he say?
As I said, Mike, I got to go back and rewatch it because I was on with James. And no, he came on. Well, it probably came on around 10 Eastern Standard Time, you know. But the RSBN show started like 8 o'clock, so guess you had a few hours on as well, you know. But I'll go back and watch it tonight before we go to bed, you know.
Wonder what the president is up to.
Yeah.
Well, he's campaigning in Texas because he knows that Beta O'Rourke, a fine Irish American, Beta O'Rourke.
Don't even fucking call him that. Oh my gosh.
He's running for
in the dark.
Beta O'Rourke, you said?
Yeah.
He's running for governor of Texas, and I think he was the mayor of San Antonio.
Oh, he's a fucking numbskull. Oh my gosh. No,
he's gonna bring peace and serenity and sanity back to Texas.
Yeah, right. Texas is okay.
Yeah, you got those cops that were cowards to go in after that kid that was shooting up all those children.
Mm-hmm.
Cops in that town. They don't want to do their job.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah, I know, it was bad.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. What about Alex Jones, $1 billion? What do you think of that?
Alex Jones is in hot water.
Right, Mr.
$1 billion.
Jones.
That's a little.
Yeah, the Republicans may flip the Senate. That's right.
I mean, the amount of money they
went after him. They went after him, James.
They may.
You know, Where's our First Amendment? You know,
I mean, listen, a First Amendment, in my opinion, not even
yeah, freedom of speech.
not even a
Freedom of
social
speech.
media, not even a
I don't-
social media company is above the law, in my opinion. I think
Yeah, but we go back to the Constitution. We have a First Amendment, so if he wants to give his views, maybe on social media or on Newsmax or whatever, he's entitled to it. But almost $1 billion, they're going to take him to the cleaners.
back
I
in
don't
the
know.
day,
I don't know the guy. I don't know the guy.
yeah, but that is insane. Where he doesn't have. I'm sure his net asset value, as he doesn't have that kind of money.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah.
listen, back in the day when people and the government and everybody respected the First Amendment, if you didn't like something, you just simply change the channel, or you turn it off.
That's where we're losing it, James. Nobody's respecting the First Amendment
If
anymore.
you disagree with somebody, okay, you can disagree with them. But if the person really upsets you, don't listen to the person. Change the station. Don't watch the show. If when Donald Trump was on Twitter, I know he loved Twitter. He was always tweet, 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 nonsense at 3:00 in the morning. Tweet, 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 tweet. Ignore him if you don't want to pay attention to his tweets. Don't follow his Twitter profile.
Just like if you see somebody doing something on their phone in public, you don't like it. Well, why don't you just walk the other way and not get into it with the person like a total pitiful, petulant, pretentious.
You don't have to look
petulant, pretentious little shit.
If you don't like what you're looking at, walk the other way or look away. Look away, Dixieland. Look away.
Shovels and Dixie, away, away.
I learned this from the Three Stooges. They would be talking about something, and then they get fixated on a word, and they start dancing, and saying the word,
Oh no, we all do. No, that's called a sense of humor, because I do the same. I'm sure Michael does the same. We all do the same.
Well, the kazoo helps though. So so what are we talking about?
In the land of cotton.
Oh, that's
Oh, you got it in my mind.
Look away, look away, look away.
Excellent.
Western by.
What we were talking about was these motherfuckers who keep going around trying to trample on other people's First Amendment rights.
Yep.
And so, what kind of version of this? What kind of America is this?
Yeah, mind your own business. If they don't like what you do, mind your own damn business.
Yeah.
Don't look at me or what I'm doing. Look away. I'm not going to do that again. Yeah, look somewhere else.
Yeah, nobody's reacting. I mean, it's probably not that somebody's looking. It's that it's the kind of person who's looking, and oftentimes the kind of person who's looking is a kind of person who would get that kind of response from people. So,
yeah.
November.
These midterms are so important. It's like, wow.
Hopefully, it can be a free and fair election. No lies.
You know what? Not having corruption is more important than partisan politics. Not having an honest, free election, and if somebody deserves to be on the ballot, they have a right to be on the ballot. If you have enough write-ins or enough backing, and you're a member of the Green Party and you want to run, well, you have a right to be on the ballot. But you know, the Democrat Party.
Yeah, there hasn't been a third party in fucking forever.
They've been fighting. Who
was the last? Ralph Nader was the last.
Well, the two of them, the two major parties have been fighting, mostly the Democrats, fighting in court to keep the third party off the ballot. And
since 1776, it's just been fucking two parties. You know what I mean? It's not going to happen. There's not going to be a third party.
I mean, there are other political ideologies, and there's libertarians, there's the Greens, there used to be the Reform Party. Remember H. Ross Perot in the Reform? Jesse Ventura was in the Reform Party. I mean, if they could make it according to the rules and be on the ballot. See, Americans deserve to have options. Not always column A and column B all the time. Because why? Because the Democrats and the Republicans are like red feathers and blue feathers on the same parrot. They're part of the same bird, and that bird is in bed with the oligarch, and these politicians are paid off. They're the establishment.
Money from overseas, money from China.
Money.
Trump went in there and Trump fucking put everything straight, and Trump was robbed.
Well, China was getting away with a lot. I mean, I do agree with him on that. I mean, raising the tariffs was the right thing to do, because China's way of doing business was not fair.
China's a fucking an enemy.
Well, they're never buy any food grown in China, because they used, like, I'll give you an example. The tea exported from China, they found 29 pesticides, some of which are illegal to use, and they found toxic metals on top of the pesticides in the tea grown in China. So they said, you're better off buy organic tea or Japanese tea. Japanese tea is clean.
But we don't need to buy tea or fuel resources from any of these people. Everything's here. If you think back way all the Europeans going back many even centuries ago came here, because everything's here. All the resources are here. There's no reason why we should have to reach out to any of these countries and, like what Joe Biden's doing now, and beg them.
Well, I'm not a fan of big oil. I'm not a fan of the whole fossil fuel industry and the internal combustion engine.
So what are we going to do,
I'm not
James?
a fan of any of that. I like
James, are we going to depend on the Saudis?
No, hell no. The Saudis they're wicked.
Are we going to depend on China? They put all our, like, as basic as a can opener in our Walmart stores. Is that the people we want to depend on? You know what I mean? I personally, I don't think so. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody. But China is an evil empire.
Listen, when you depend on one country for your
but we shouldn't be dependent on anybody.
They got you by the short hairs. They got your balls.
Energy independent.
They got your balls in a fight.
Yeah. We should be energy independent.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Because anytime you depend on,
we were there. We were there.
Yeah.
2 years ago, we were there.
when you depend on someone for your existence or something you need badly, they will play mind games with you and they will squeeze and squeeze.
Depends who's in office, James. Depends who's in office. You know, right now they can definitely squeeze, and you can't deny it with who we got in office. You know, they can squeeze all they want.
Well,
and they're going to get something out of it.
Yeah, he panders. He likes to get cozy with people that will benefit him.
He doesn't even know what it is.
He's not. He is. Look, people knew what they were getting into when the corrupt DNC nominated him and screwed over Bernie Sanders twice. They knew, and well, they nominated Hillary the first time. They nominated Joe Biden the second time. But we all know what we were getting into with both of them, not just Biden, with Hillary too. And people knew what Trump was about. Trump actually, I heard he didn't expect to win. He just did it for like amusement, to just for the hell of it. You know, he's an entertainer. He's a real estate mogul that has been bankrupt a squillion times.
So
and
freaking
he's a showman. He's a showman, you know.
But you know what,
Showman?
James, he did a good job. He did a good
Doing
job.
what? Going bankrupt all the time?
No.
Oh, you mean when he was president?
Yeah.
Well, not when he told people to put Clorox in their veins.
Bullshit. That's bullshit.
He said it, but then he said he was only joking.
That's too much CNN.
Didn't approve of his COVID response.
Well, he did it. I think he did it because the media was aggravating him, and
Well, as he said in a recent interview, he said, you know, there's a few people that had, you know, he put in certain positions, and he said, you know, you learn by your mistakes, and some of those people, they retracted on him, and they weren't loyal to him. But you know, let's look at something as simple as gas prices, right?
Yeah.
You know, something as simple as that.
Oh yeah,
you know.
gas prices are astronomical.
He rebuilt. He was rebuilding the military.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, you know, he was bringing people.
That's what we got to do.
He was bringing the troops home, and he did the right thing by wanting to bring the troops home from all these several hundred military bases the United States has all over the world and other countries. You know, I mean, these countries don't want the U.S. military occupying them, and that's taxpayers' money. Why do you have to have?
James, it's been like that since the end of the Second World War. You know, as John F. Kennedy said, you know, one time, you know, we're the policemen of the world. Yeah. And, you know, too much is given, much is expected. You know what I mean? And we here in America have the resources. They do that. I'm not saying everybody should be, you know, I can't speak for the military. I never served in the United States military, but you know, our men and women who have served over there, oh my gosh, I respect them so much. Absolutely. I had a pleasure for 2.5 years working on Fort Belvoir.
They are put in harm's way in wars that should not even happen. They're wars for profit.
But
and there's no reason most of the conflicts that U.S. military was sent to, they shouldn't have been there, and they don't need all these bases all over the world. And they want to do something with the troops when they come home. Finish the wall. I mean, protect the borders. Join the Coast Guard and go up and down the coast.
So what are we going to do, right? I understand exactly what you're saying, and I somewhat agree, right? But what are we going to do? Are we going to let countries like Iran and North Korea keep developing nuclear weapons, and all of a sudden, when they get so advanced, they're going to fucking fire one off at us? You know
what North Korea has? North Korea was building one of those submarines that can fire that type of missile. Okay, and the U.S. American satellites saw it. They saw the sub and they said something about it, because when a sub is at sea with nuclear warheads, it cannot be detected. It's invisible. It's invisible. So what's to stop one of them from sneaking up on any major American city and firing one of them? They could do it. They could do it. And this is a problem. Now I want to say something about AOC. Is just a fine, progressive woman that fights for the little guy. She didn't screw Bernie Sanders. She didn't screw Bernie. Trump didn't start any new wars. That alone makes him better than Biden. Well, Biden is a warmonger, like Dick Cheney, who was the boss of the G.W. Bush administration. And I mean, Biden likes wars a hell of a lot more than Trump does not like war.
Nothing happened.
No.
You had peace. You had the Abraham Accords, this, that, and the other. There was a certain amount of peace, and he even came on chatting probably a couple of weeks ago, and he said this fucking scenario that's happening now with Ukraine would not be happening under his leadership, and it wouldn't be. If you think really deeply into it, they brought this Wuhan virus out, right? It was deliberately sent upon the world so Trump wouldn't get a fucking second term.
Well, why would...
Yeah,
okay,
think about it.
I believe, listen, the COVID-19, the way it's mutating and it's still around, it had to be created in a lab.
And it was. Listen to the talks by Steve Mosher. Stephen Mosher. Listen to some of his talks. He lived in China for years. He speaks fluent Chinese. Listen to some of Stephen Mosher's talks on YouTube.
It got loose in Wuhan, so a lot of many Chinese lost their lives. So it got loose, but there's that virology lab in Wuhan too. That virus center that studies viruses.
Shamdemic. Yeah, people died.
It might have started there. I don't think it was the wet market with the wild animals or whatever. It could be, but I think it was a military created virus that got loose. And the mistake that Trump made is he closed the plane flights from Asia, which is the right.
But he's only one man.
Let me finish. He closed the plane flights coming from Asia, but he didn't stop the plane flights coming from Europe. And a lot of Europeans were in Wuhan province. They went back to Europe. And the Europeans brought the coronavirus. Hey, Jason, welcome back. Brought the coronavirus back to the Northeast, to Chicago, to New York.
James, he's only one man. Look at his advisors.
He was president.
He's president, but he's only one man. Look at his advisors. Look at the Fauci, right? Do you think Fauci was a good guy? and
Fauci,
many others around him.
Fauci
Yeah.
was the infectious disease expert for many administrations, not
Yeah,
just.
so what did Fauci do in the AIDS virus back in the 80s?
Oh,
You know?
he did a lot of great work with HIV.
Did he? Fuck. He done nothing. You know, James, he done nothing. And the same when the Wuhan virus came in, he done nothing as well, except give fake news.
Well, they have treatment. They have treatments for very effective treatments for HIV.
If you get $1 million, yeah, sure. Like what do you call a basketball player? You know, yeah. If you have $1 million, yeah, sure, you can get treatment. But any fucking normal Joe on the street, you're gonna die. You know what I mean?
So, in other words, when they mention a revolutionary breakthrough, they're charging an astronomical price for it, so only the rich can afford this treatment. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, James.
Well, that's your capitalism for you. That's the evils of capitalism. You know, this is why I think it's the devil's economics.
Oh no, James. Capitalism is a good thing.
It's a good thing when the middle
So
class.
would you rather switch from capitalism, the socialism, which is diet communism? Would you rather switch that?
Listen, trickle down.
This is America.
Economics never happened.
America is the land of
Nothing
the
is trickling down. It's dripping down. Now, Jason, trickle down. What actually happens is the money pools at the top. Nothing has trickled down. It's always been a big lie. Nothing trickles down. The CEO hogs everything.
Trickle down tyranny.
Trickle down.
No, James, you bring up a good point. I mean, look.
No, you don't tell me to be quiet.
Jason.
Yeah, exactly. I hit the mute. I can hit the mute button faster than anything on the planet, right? I love Herb Albert. My goodness, James, keep that going. That sounds so good.
Yeah, when I said look away, Colin says look away Dixieland, and I played Dixie on the kazoo. You know, we're having fun with the thing, but yeah. So trickle down. I mean, the job market has sucked for a long time. They don't want to pay a living wage, right? The average American wage. They don't want to pay benefits, adequate benefits. So what do you have left? You know,
James, I would just say, does it seem unreasonable, right? And this is just sort of my honest opinion. Does it seem unreasonable to at least receive a readout? And this is probably impossible to do, but does it seem unreasonable to receive almost like a receipt for your taxes? Okay, you paid, I'm just using a hypothetical number, you paid $20,000 in taxes last year.
Wow.
Here's where the money went, right? 10% of it, 10% went to military. 40% went to economic spending or something to that effect. You know, you sort of, maybe just break it down into simple terms. I think the reason that the people today are upset, like the main reason they're upset, is because they really don't know, we don't really know where our money's going. So every week I go to work and every week I'm getting taxed. You know, my paycheck is going down by the number of hours I work, by exponential dollars. But I really don't have anything to show for it, right?
Jason, now it's going to Ukraine. It's going to Ukraine.
He's part. Listen, he's part of the middle class that's carrying the unfair burden. Jason is part of the middle class, and I think what he's talking about is it the same as when the colonists during the Revolutionary War, I mean before
Correct.
the Tea Party, taxation without representation.
Mm.
In other words, King George
Yes.
of England was taxing the colonists heavily, and
Right.
they didn't know where.
That's why we rose up. That's why we rose up.
And I think that's
they
just
didn't. Yeah.
like for me today, when I sit there and I say 35% of my paycheck is going toward paying taxes, it would at least, for me, maybe for the majority, I think it would at least prove some point or be of some benefit to just show me where that money is going. And if the majority of that money is going toward fighting Russia in Ukraine, at least I know, right? And I can feel good about that. I can say, yes, I actually feel good about standing up to terrorism, right? And people whose boundaries, the boundaries of their country are not being respected, right? For a long time, earlier this year and even into last year, Russia was putting hundreds of thousands of troops around Ukraine's border. They were conducting military exercises. Somebody had to know that these guys are for real, and they're going to cross the border. And now we're into day 250, roughly, of a terrible war. Thousands of Ukrainians have died. They're fighting for their statehood. They're fighting for their livelihood. They're fighting for their country that they all believe in, and I support that. I do, believe me, because
it's not
I,
that
I support that, but I don't support their prime minister.
it's not that they hate.
Right.
It's not that they have hatred for the Russian people. The Russian people don't want this war.
no, they don't.
Their problem is with Vladimir Putin, and Putin is forcing a draft on these Russians that don't believe in the war. They don't want the war because they're all Russian.
Look around, right? Vladimir Putin stands between the new world order, right? He stands between it. You know, he stands for life. He stands for marriage between a man and a woman. Yeah, they're orthodox.
He's insane. He's an evil.
I'm not. I wouldn't call him that. No, I'm not. I'm not a big supporter.
Has opponents killed.
No, look around. Look what's happening. Look who's attacking him. Look who's attacking him. Biden, Joe Biden, Zelensky with his green fucking t-shirt on, right?
Zelensky was a stand-up comic. He was a comedian.
Look what he's standing between. Look what he's standing between. It takes a deep mind to think about it. Look what he's standing between. Yeah. If Donald Trump was president, and I'm not saying he's the be-all and end-all, if Donald Trump was president and got those 4 years, which he was robbed of, this would not be happening.
Listen, I got to put a stop to it. It was a legitimate election. I'm sorry, someone. No, it wasn't it wasn't stolen. I'm sorry.
Oh, James, come on, James. I love you, man, but no, James.
Sorry, I had to do that. I had to do it. When you're insisting that the election was stolen, then you're feeding into Donald Trump's narcissistic insanity, and you're giving kudos to Vladimir Putin.
Yeah, what was that about?
No, he gets really extreme right wing, and when he does that, and you know, he interrupts with his right wing extremists saying that the election was stolen, and anytime a Democrat wins, it was stolen. You know, and then he's talking positive about Vladimir Putin, who's an evil dictator. And hey Ronnie, how you doing tonight?
What's going on? Yeah, what's with the GOP and Putin? Putin is a
he has people killed.
Yeah, he doesn't share the same values as the United States.
No, he doesn't. I have something that might be amusing for you gentlemen. It's AOC was heckled. There was kind of a situation when she was at a town hall meeting, or tried to attempt, I think, her second town hall meeting in New York.
Karenville, USA. Okay, Karen.
So those were protesters who showed up at Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's town hall, being immediately counter-protested by several women standing in front of them. They were fired up about a lot of different stuff. There were some signs about UN conspiracy theories to get rid of humans or something. They apparently had a problem with her support for the LGBTQ community, saying that only people who are heterosexual should be allowed to have homes or something. One woman shouted out, there are only two effing genders, I guess. In any event, that went on for a while, and it was obviously impossible for her to have the actual town hall, which was supposed to be about a number of different topics, including marijuana legalization, crime, a number of other topics. She apparently got frustrated, I guess, and this is how she ended up responding. And that was the dance that exploded every right-wing head in the world. I almost said white wing, but it's the same thing, whatever. They did not like that at all. They were freaking out about it. We're gonna get to some of the responses, but maybe we can pause here for a second. Should she have done the dance, or was she being uncouth?
What, is this a question? Is this really a question? I don't debate zombies. She can dance to anything she likes. Okay, they had a decent beat, to be fair to the zombies. Okay, and her supporters had already started chanting another thing with it, right? So she's also instead of chanting with the supporters. But I don't debate zombies. I couldn't, if you gave me 10 years to think of what was wrong with that clip, I'd be like, the plant doesn't match the other plant in the other drawing. What are we talking about? What is wrong with this clip? I don't understand anything, right? And they're like, can you believe she danced a little bit? She moved her body. How could she do that? Are we against dancing now? Is this now the Footloose era of the zombies? Okay. And by the way, you remember those fake progressive peace activists that went to her town hall the other day that were Republicans? People are like, no, it could have been on the left. And these people could be peace activists. They could be on the left. I mean, they hate, there's only two genders, but they could be on the left. You never know. Are we still doing these debates? Come on, you're all embarrassing.
I think these ones are explicitly supporters of the woman who's running against AOC technically.
Yeah, the other ones were explicitly right wingers trolling you. If you fell for that and thought they were progressives, super embarrassing. Okay, Adrian.
Yeah, no, absolute and utter joke. But yeah, no, AOC can move to a beat because it's like, if you're gonna give me a beat, I'm gonna serve it. So here we go. Well, it's like, come on, you brought the party, so let's go ahead and get this done. If If you want less from me, give me less. But otherwise, I worked what you gave me to work with. And so I fully respect AOC for moving to the beat and having a good time, making the most out of it. Lemons, lemonade. So I'm a fan.
Exactly. Okay, so let's get to some demonstrations of the insanity I was talking about. You've now seen AOC's dance. Okay, now right-wingers aren't gonna like it. We understand that going in. But I want you to take a look at what a Newsmax host said about it, and you tell me if it makes one lick of sense.
I don't know if we need to do a wellness check on AOC or if we can actually make fun of this. She might have some mental health issues there, but let's just pretend she's sane for the sake of the argument here. Which is the cringier moment, her Ricky Ricardo impersonation or her dance moves?
I don't know what. We live in different galaxies. This is the multiverse. I don't know what they saw.
But when the multiverses have connected, like we've
Ricky Ricardo impersonation, that's racist towards Hispanics because he knows she's Hispanic.
accidentally
It's an
intersected.
incursion
It's
in
an
the language
incursion.
of Marvel.
Yeah, because we all just saw the same video. Everything's a Rorschach test now. Okay, we got a bigger one later in the show, but that guy sees the unhinged right winger yell, "There's only two genders," and he thinks, "Oh, that's a person who's reasonable." And he sees AOC dancing like this to their beat, and he's like, "Is she insane?" I mean, what are you doing with them? Am I supposed to debate it? Adrian.
Yeah, from that man's nonsense, it's clear he doesn't season his food and how he was so offended by her dancing. It is not something that is called within his ministry. It offends him and upsets him, and that's a him issue. But the thing that is a bigger issue and such a great issue is how AOC was coming out and speaking on behalf and uplifting support to the LGBTQ plus community and speaking on behalf of rights and uplifting. And I saw a number of people on Twitter today very much uplifting AOC in the reality that she's out there using her voice to stand up, and yet people are coming to try to tear her down in the process of trying to tear down, whether it's trans rights or gay rights. And it's just incredibly, incredibly pathetic that they're willing to lie about her dancing and this entire video and everything we've seen simply to try to distort and really kind of detract from her message. And it's laughable, all of it.
Yeah. Well, this next bit we're gonna show you, also laughable, but more in a sad way. It won't actually make you laugh. You'll know why as soon as you see this person's face. But here is what Dave Rubin had to say about AOC briefly dancing a little.
Listen, I'm AOC. I'm standing here. Nobody likes me. The jig is up. The grift is up. People are getting it. Nobody likes the woke. I don't know. My accent just severely changed in the middle of that. Look, everyone's had it with the wokesters. I hope and pray that her district flips. There is a chance. There's a chance all over the place. New York might flip with Lee Zeldin over Hochul. I mean, everything is up in the air right now. And I think the one way that we can really model in America going forward, sort of based on some of the principles of freedom that are happening right here in Florida, is that we're gonna have to basically say, you know what? That moment where the squad took over and the racism took over and the drag queens and all of this stuff took over, it's in the mirror now. It's in the back mirror, and we can say, "Ayo, see you later."
I'm supposed to like delight in him making an utter fool of himself, but it just, I'm too much of a lib, I guess, too much of a lefty. It just hurts me deep in the stomach to see him embarrassing himself like that on a daily basis.
Guys, AOC you later? Oh, Jesus, that's so bad. Okay, so the accent, now to be fair, because we're the fairest show in America, AOC did do an accent. So I want to give you that context because you didn't see it in the video, okay? But that doesn't give Dave Rubin a right to do an accent of folks he doesn't agree with and wants to make fun of.
Whatever accent that was.
Whatever that was. And he's like, oh, my accent changed in the middle. Did it? What was that?
I don't know.
But the reason he does that is because the right wing thinks, oh, people say Dave Rubin isn't funny. Look at how he made fun of Latinos. I had a big laugh. Ha ha, Latinos. Ha ha, we laugh at you. But when there's supposed to be a punchline, for them, the racism is the punchline. Okay, so every part of them is super embarrassing. You remember when Dave Rubin used to pretend to be a classical liberal or whatever he was saying? Now he's blaming AOC because she's racist? I mean, he's not even trying to make sense. And so he was, in a sense, again, to be fair to him, he was the original Tulsi Gabbard. He was the first one to come out and go, oh yeah, I'm on the left, but I gotta tell you, man, the left really bothers me. The right is so correct. Then he bought literally a $6 million house. Okay, when he was working here, ain't no guy got $6 million. Okay, where did he get that money from? He's the least funny, least entertaining, least interesting host in America. Where the hell did you get the money from, Dave? Man, selling out unfortunately pays a lot. But then you got to do this. You have to dance for them. And it's like, John's right, it's gut wrenching. I don't even want to see my worst enemy have to dance for the right wing like that.
And something also that kind of really just, does Dave Rubin know what his voice sounds like? Besides the whole terrible accent, like, it's like, is this really what you want to do? You want to try to feign some type of Latin accent in some way? Like, he should just not speak in its entirety. Like, I don't know, give me some bass in the voice, do something, because it's just not working for me. So, it's like the little racism thing is cute, but even aside from that, I just would prefer his silence. That's all I have.
Yeah, I'll second that. I want to play one more video. I know we don't have much time, but only because everybody's going to see her dance. And a lot of people are going to see a variety of different right-wingers losing their mind. God only knows what Ben Shapiro is going to say about her dancing right there. But what generally a lot of people will not see is that they will take all of that and then say, oh, look, she's unpopular. Her constituents don't like her. She can't talk substance. They won't show you what happened after that protest. When she finally did get back able, once they quieted down a bit, to talk about what people came to the town hall to actually talk about. And so let's see her talk substance and see whether her constituents actually support her.
You guys are homo.
What we did in the Bronx is that anyone who got admitted from a gunshot wound, a stab wound, etc., immediately got flagged for the Stand Up to Violence program. And here's what we did. We brought in only not just a doctor to stitch the person up. We brought in a social worker, we brought in mentors, we brought in housing specialists, and you know what we found? We brought in psychiatrists, we brought in psychologists, all of them. You know what we found? Here's what we found, here's a fact. We reduced reoccurrence of crime by more than 50%.
Is that the hope for America?
Yeah, see, that's the clip the right wing doesn't want you to see.
Of course, why are they attacking her? Because she's unpopular? No, they're attacking her because she's popular. And that's because she's really, really good at this. Good at policy, good at speaking about policy, good at energizing people. That's why they attack her 24/7. If you see them attacking someone, understand that they view that person as a threat. They're a threat because they're standing up for you and for truth and yes, for justice.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you one thing, the proof is always in the pudding. And the only people that have ever worked for the bottom 98% since day one were the progressive left-wing political ideology. The Republicans work only for the top 2%, and that's
James.
it. They work. They're corporate whores. They get paid off, and they work for the rich. And there's no trickle-down economics, and that's it. I mean, she cares about the little person. That's it.
Yeah, but James, she doesn't care about the unborn. She doesn't care about euthanasia. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but the fertilized egg is just a fertilized egg. It's not a
life begins from conception. Life begins from conception until natural death.
Well, that's not proven. That's not proven science.
How is it not? How is it not?
That's religious ideology.
It's not religious. It's human rights. Life begins at conception until natural death. James.
Now,
and I hope you don't kick me off again.
No, it's obvious that Well, the tab is a very,
So what is it? When does life begin
he's
then?
a staunch right winger. A fertilized egg is no more a baby than an acorn is an
Oh,
oak
really?
tree. It's
So-
a potential life. It's
Okay, brother in
no
Christ,
heartbeat.
James. When does life begin? When does life begin?
Begins when you detect
When the baby's born?
a heartbeat. No, not when the baby's born.
Yeah, when the heartbeat. So
when
it's
you have
after
when you have a heartbeat and when you could see the fetus, when you can see it and there's a heartbeat.
So what's your thoughts on infanticide?
Don't abort a baby that already exists in
it's
the
happening.
womb.
It's happening.
If a woman was raped by her uncle or her stepfather or even a rapist.
So what do you do? Do you murder?
Don't wait until it becomes a fetus with a heartbeat and then have an abortion. You're raped. Terminate it at conception.
Terminate it?
Nothing but an egg.
James, you said the word there now. It. You're talking about a human being.
No, it's not
a human being.
Fertilized egg. That's all it is. What is that?
So
anyway,
back to my question.
Listen.
Back to my question. When does life really begin?
Religion. See, there's a reason why the founding fathers. There's a reason. I can't do this. There's a reason why founding fathers separated church and state.
But
no religion should affect law because no one has been able to prove that their God exists.
James, it's nothing to do with it. Life begins at conception.
No, it doesn't.
Conception until natural birth.
All right.
Yeah.
Now, Tab obviously, he's a devoted, staunch Republican, and that's his right. The thing is that Republicans, their ideology is fascism. They don't care about the little guy.
I am not a Republican.
Oh, hold on. Is that her daughter? Is that the daughter? No, she's big.
This is Amelia.
Hey, Amelia.
Amelia.
I thought your daughter all of a
She's
sudden
waving.
grew up.
And she's giving thumbs up. This is Amelia. So she's like, what are these guys talking about? I'm like, hang on here.
No, we're talking about we're debating or arguing or whatever you want to call it about when does life begin, and I am pro choice and he's pro life. So I said that a fertilized egg is not a human baby, and he's that it is. It's like an acorn, like I was saying before. An acorn is not an oak tree until it germinates and grows.
James, without life, all of these discussions, nothing else matters. Without life, a God-given life, nothing else matters, brother. We wouldn't be having these discussions now if our life was snuffed out in the womb. Nothing else matters without life.
You got a point. If my mother conceived when I was conceived, and she goes, I'm not ready to have a kid.
So
and I wouldn't be here. Maybe I'll be here in a different form, but I wouldn't be here. That's true. But you're talking about a fertilized egg. It's like me cracking eggs open for breakfast with my sausage in the pan, my pork sausage patty and my corn cake. It's like me cracking 4 eggs into the cast iron skillet. They could have been chickens. They could have been baby. Who said that? They could have been baby chicks. That famous Indian guru that's really popular because he's Hindu and they're vegans. They don't believe in consumption of animal products. Of course,
James, James, why do you try and synchronize the faith? You know what I mean? You know,
it's not a baby if it's an egg. How could it be a baby if it's an egg?
James, life begins at conception until natural death. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just telling you the fact.
Natural death. Yeah,
I'm a simple guy.
All right.
I'm a simple guy.
That's your opinion. Listen, you gave your opinion.
James, I'm a very simple guy. I'm not well educated or anything like that.
You could have
a
genius
high
IQ.
school, but life, I know this much of my mind. Life begins.
You could have been a graduate of Harvard, of Ivy League school, and you could be a multi-billionaire, or you could be a simple guy.
Doesn't matter.
I respect. You gave your opinion. You have a right to your opinion. I gave my opinion. I gave my opinion. That's it. That's
James,
it. Let it
James,
go.
I'm your friend. I'm your friend.
Yeah,
but why did you kick me off?
Because when you started talking about Vladimir Putin being a good guy and that the election was stolen from Donald Trump, that is total bullshit.
If you rewind, I didn't say he was a good guy, right? If you rewind, I say I'm not so much in favor of him either.
Mike,
right?
You didn't say that.
I did. Rewind. Everybody rewind.
He's not a good guy. He's not such a. You said I was talking about Vladimir Putin.
I didn't say Vladimir Putin is a good guy.
Hold on.
Right? I said,
Going
I
back
said
in
I'm
time.
not in favor of him. Or
Amelia has a question from Mike. James, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Mike.
Sorry. Just some blueberries.
Nice.
You want to ask about his fruit?
I know. Yeah. What is he eating?
Are they sour?
Yeah, they're kind of sour. They got a little bit of sour in them. It's good sour though.
Are those the wild blueberries or the regular domesticated ones?
Oh no, they're just domesticated berries, so they're
What
pretty
do you
good.
prefer, raspberries or blueberries?
I like blueberries.
I like them all.
Raspberries.
Any berries.
How about
You're right.
strawberries?
They're all good.
Raspberries.
Blue balls.
What is your opinion on strawberries?
Strawberries are good. Strawberries are good.
Who's that? Is that your daughter that peaked?
Yeah, you see that?
She likes the kazoo.
Family reunion over here. We got everybody wants to be involved in the show.
Yeah, those blueberries, raspberries.
Dogs or cats?
All right, we're cutting the kids out. This is too.
I want to ask one more question.
Conversation is too deep for these kids. Okay, one more question.
Dogs or cats?
A dog.
Cats, because I don't like getting up early in the morning to walk the dog, and I don't like walking them late at night when I'm tired. And
What about Pepe Le Pew and
Pepe Le Pew?
Sylvester the cat? Remember that, James?
What if you
Sylvester spits. Sylvester spits too much when he talks. Pepe Le Pew, he's affectionate, very affectionate, the skunk, but he
Pepe Le Pew has gone woke. Pepe Le Pew, he's banned.
Yeah, he was banned. That's horrible.
Okay, one more question. All right, James, one more question. Then these guys, and then we got to get into a deeper conversation. One more question.
Listen, Pepe, I don't agree with taking.
2 seconds, guys. I'll be right back.
They got rid of Pepe Le Pew. They took the cream of wheat guy off the box. They took Uncle Ben's rice. They took that guy off the box. They took Aunt Jemima off the pancake syrup. They took who else? Eskimo pies. I heard they took the Eskimos off the ice. Oh, Land O'Lakes, the little the Indian
Why?
woman, they took her off.
You're
You
kidding
took her
me.
away as well.
I'm trying to find.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Man.
Yeah. What's up, Mike?
I'm trying to find the
It is.
Oh, they took so many things away. It's unbelievable. Yeah.
It's like.
No, what I'd like to do is to
guys
talk
just gotta
to
shut
Curb Your Enthusiasm. His name is Western Mike. He's in his living room. Western Mike, he does really good videos when he's walking outside. When he's on Instagram and on sometimes on YouTube. He takes a long walk in the daytime and he goes live.
I actually really admire what you do, Mike. I mean, you're at dark, no drama day 35.2.
Oh, thanks, buddy. It's yeah, it's nice. It's nice.
Yeah,
Mike. Oh, no, put me off. Take me down. Take me down.
Kudos to Mike. Kudos to Mike.
Back to you. Back to you.
Yeah.
I admire what you guys all do too.
Now Nike. Let me see what this is. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Is Karen trying to cancel Nike?
Oh yeah. Speaking of Nike, yeah, Nike.
Yeah, Phil Knight is donating hundreds of millions of dollars to the Republican governor candidate, James. I think I sent you that article, right?
Yeah. It doesn't surprise me, but what also doesn't surprise me is that Nike. Why do they have to put that annoying, that looking eyesore check mark on the front of every professional athlete's uniform? I mean, does it have to be right smack dab in the front?
It's all about taking a knee. It's all about taking a knee. That's
yeah, it's like right in the front, like every single. I guess they're supplying the uniforms for free. Otherwise, the owners would say, get that check mark off the uniform. We're paying for this. So, but still, it's an eyesore. It just it's an ugly logo, just a check mark.
I didn't watch sports for about 2 years after Kaepernick.
Well,
2 years. Even my beloved soccer.
Kaepernick, his views are, when you listen to him, it's like when Malcolm X used to give speeches. He was absolutely right. Martin Luther King was absolutely correct. They didn't lie. So he has a right to his opinion and say that we got screwed over since slavery, and the blacks never had a fair shake. And
bro, we gotta let it go. We gotta let it go. Gotta let it go. I can talk about the Irish. We gotta let it go.
You should talk, because look at how the Irish got screwed by the English.
I do, and that's what forms me as an individual and a human being. But we gotta let it go. There's gotta be peace and reconciliation.
I mean, the English still they're no angels. They still control Scotland, right, and Northern Ireland. For God's sakes, they don't want to let go of their empire, even though they they probably can't afford to have an empire anymore. You know, let Ireland become a whole country.
I would say to the Irish people, I'd say to the black people, you got to let it go.
I know the past is a lot of bad things happening.
It hurts, but how many generations have passed? How many generations have passed now? There's got to be healing in there. There's got to be healing.
They're crying. They were bitching and moaning about Columbus.
The only healing can come through Jesus Christ. That's the only healing that can come.
The human race is a vile, sinful creature that has never learned their lesson since day one. And every time you think they're saved, they go right back down again. And everybody's born with sin, and they continue to sin throughout their life. And that's why Jesus made the big sacrifice. Or it was planned to be that way.
That's an understatement. That's an understatement.
Yeah, because the law was the 10 Commandments. So mankind was not able to keep the law. Okay, so the Old Testament, they just had the law. The Israelites, they weren't able to keep the law. They failed constantly. Even the disciples, Jesus's disciples, they were all like misfits and dysfunctional screw ups. You know,
like us all, like everybody here, like the four of us here. Yeah.
Well,
exactly.
No, we're.
No. Are we gonna James? Are we gonna put ourselves above the disciples?
No, the disciples were all. Well, let's put it this way. When I go on TikTok to check my profile, which is exploding, I notice they force me to watch the videos of other people. You have no idea how many messed up individuals are out there until you go to TikTok. There are so many freakazoids over there. It isn't funny. I mean, there's a difference between somebody making despicable, funny noises and sticking their flabby belly and close to the camera and shaking their belly, and a young girl is in her underwear and you know, trying to seduce, you know, on her bed, and she's underage. And I says, what in the hell? Why are they allowing all this? I'm telling you, we're in good shape compared to a lot of people. No, I'm serious.
I don't think so.
You don't think so? Like a freakazoid. A freakazoid. I'm not saying we're better than the freakazoid. I'm saying that we're better off. We're not better. Hold on. Oh, there's so many comments. It's exploding.
James, I see that Eric Fraunfelter is live on Thrash's channel.
That figures. Yeah, Thrash, because it involves beer and
he used to come on your live stream, James, if I'm not mistaken.
He's 100% for getting the buzz.
He does look intoxicated because it is midnight his time.
Well, oh yeah, well that's what they do. Yeah. They start off sober and they give a review and they talk intelligently until they're drunk, and then it all changes.
I see that Ronald Simpson is still in the chat. Hello, Ronald.
Because they care more to have. They care about.
What's
people.
up?
Thank
Ronnie.
you for joining us.
Ronnie. Good to see you, Ronnie.
Oh,
you know what?
Is definitely a far left wing politically. He's not conservative. There's no way.
If possible, James, I would love to hear Western Mike's opinion about what the dating scene is like today. Because when I was younger, when I was growing up, there were no apps that would send women to your phone and you could click on their link and send them an email or anything.
No apps. You know what they had when I was in my 20s? besides the discotheques, the meat markets, they were all over the place. There was a place to go 7 days a week. Shake,
Yeah.
what's that again?
Yeah,
I'm
they're
your
getting.
boogeyman. That's what I am. I'll give you
You
whatever
don't really
I
see.
can.
Don't really see much dating anymore.
I am your.
Let me ask you this question, Mike, and
Oh, I'm
this
sorry, I
is,
lost my train of thought.
I really hope this to be a sincere question, right? When you buy a car, there's an odometer that says, here's how many miles are on that car, right?
And hopefully it's honest.
And hopefully it's honest, but you can make a judgment to say, for how old the car is, it has this many miles on it, so I'm willing to pay this much money for it, right? Wouldn't it be great? I mean, think about this for a minute, right? Wouldn't it be great if people had an honest odometer about themselves? Meaning, if you were to sit across from a woman, let's say you really like this girl. This is all hypothetical, right? Let's say you meet a girl, you really like her, things are going great, and she tells you, I've slept with 75 men.
Yikes.
Is that a red flag? Or is that an honest odometer, right?
You need a 2x4 strapped to your ass so you don't fall in.
You know what I mean, James? And Michael, and you know what I mean?
In other words, what you're talking about is an indicator of a person's sexual market value. When you have a woman who has hit the wall, a woman who's hit the wall usually is a woman who's older.
Got boundaries.
She might have young kids.
Kind of sad.
But she still thinks she's 21. And when she looks in the mirror, she still thinks she has the same sexual market value as a 21-year-old, and thinks that she is the same prize to men.
I'm at 10. Now get away from me.
Get away from me, right? So, in other words, hitting the wall means, your sexual market value is diminishing. It's like a man who goes through male menopause, and let's say he's losing his hair and he has to grow a ponytail in the back so it looks like he's got hair again.
Like Thresh.
He doesn't have a full head hair like Colin. And
thank God.
Yeah, and he's overweight and he's got to get a Ferrari. He's got to get a sports car to make up for his, but he's still who he is. Like Zuckerberg.
Yeah, I'm 48. Unfortunately, like yourself, James, I'm divorced.
Yeah.
I got a 25-year-old son, but he lives in Ireland, right? I haven't seen him for a long, long time, right?
Well, does he do video chatting with you?
No, nothing, brother. Pray about that for me, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
Jason, Michael. But I'm 48 years old.
Uh-huh.
I just turned on September 23rd. I haven't dated a girl in 5 years. I mean, nothing. And sometimes it gets me down. It gets me depressed,
Yeah.
Yeah, because, hey, unless you're going to become a pastor or a priest, you know what I mean? Us men were not made to be alone. There's got to be somebody.
Right.
Yeah.
But let me ask you this question, right? I mean, kind of back to what I said earlier. Let's say let's say tomorrow in a grocery store, my goodness, we just hit it off like crazy. Let's just say, hypothetical.
In the frozen food section where their nipples get hard from the frozen food area.
Exactly.
Yes, and they're wearing white, like.
And you hit it off.
Cigar butts.
And a week, cigar butts, exactly. And a week later, she's like, look, I'm slightly promiscuous, right? I've had 86 partners.
Yikes. Great balls of fire.
But the thing is that You know,
Goodness
I think
gracious.
I think honesty. I mean, it's just my opinion, but what are you going to do? Say, I'm going to cast you away. You're terrible. Or are you going to say, well, you know, this woman really likes sex, right? Like, is that a bad thing? I mean, it's natural. It's a human nature. So she has a few miles on the clock, right?
Like us all, right, Jason?
I would get my high powered shower. You know, I would use a detachable hose, and I would make sure, you know, that she's really cleaned out good. You know, she better like get the vinegar douche and really sterilize herself.
For sure.
You know, but what's
Yeah,
to
she
stop
better
her
get it
from cheating
together.
on you? Like Colin, right? If a woman was that promiscuous, like, and you get involved with her, what's to stop her from like fooling around behind your back? I mean,
it's true. It's true.
Yeah, you know what? You got to pray to God. If you're in this type of situation, you got to pray to God for a good woman. You know.
Tab is right. Hey, Ronnie S.
Hello, Ronald Simpson.
Hey,
I would
Ronald.
say, you know, it's
What's up, guys?
Hey,
when I was much younger, I had a girlfriend and her cousin who was the same age as her. So this would have been like early 2000s. You know, we were in our very early 20s, and she told me, she's like, yeah, my cousins had a lot of partners. And she was, I think, 23 at the time. And I'm like, well, how many partners has she had? She said, you know, had sex with over 30 men, right?
Oh, God.
But, you know, she's had a lot of like one night
This your cousin,
stands, right? No, this is at the time,
she got drunk.
Girlfriend's
and
cousin.
Women get horny when they're intoxicated. And
Yeah. And I'm kind of like, you're 22 and you've been with 30 guys. Like at the time, I'm like, you know, but you hang out with her, like she's cool and stuff, like everything's fine. It's like, hey, this is like it's a party, right?
It might not be a a problem.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, is it really a problem? I mean, I think that people are so fixated on a number, but if they really like the person, then the number, if you go from 10 to 20, it doesn't really change things, right? Like if you go from 5 to 6, does it? I mean, if you were
But if you
sitting
go
across
from 20 to 30, does it change things?
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean,
No.
It doesn't. A number doesn't change how they are, how their mind is, or they change the compatibility with you. And let's say you get along great and you have things in common, but she was pretty much a big time slut. But the problem is if she's a nympho like that, I mean, in the back of your mind, you're going to be
So
wondering.
you consider that a nympho? Nympho status.
Well, in the back of your mind, you're going to figure, well, is she with another guy? She's not here at home with me. She must be with another. And Tab is right.
He has too many dudes.
Yeah, well, biblically, you look at Mary Magdalene. You know what I mean? And
Jezebel also, right?
She has way too many dudes.
That's a lot of dudes.
Jezebel was in the Bible.
That's an evil spirit.
Well, Mary Magdalene repented and changed her ways. Well, she was originally a prostitute, right?
Exactly.
She was a prostitute, but she changed.
She had 5 demons cast out of her. You know?
She did have demonic attachments?
Oh, yeah, big time. But yeah.
Mary Magdalene?
5 demons cast out of her. You know, Jezebel's a different story.
Yeah. Jezebel is the Old Testament, right?
Yeah, Jezebel still haunts marriages in these days now. You know, and
mostly in Ireland, right?
Yep.
And the succubus is Lilith, I think, the first creation, the first female creation.
Lilith, that's another demon. Lilith, Jezebel, Baal.
Who's the other one? Delilah is the one that cut Samson's hair off.
No, that was Jezebel.
He seduced Samson, and when he was asleep, he cut his hair. And God told him, if you don't cut your hair because you'll lose your power, you'll lose your strength. don't do it, and that's what happened. He got seduced by a woman.
Yeah, the devil's attack is on family and the marriages, you know, and especially our children. Our children, yeah, Ronnie.
Anybody that does a lot of good in the world, they're a target for demonic.
Jesus said, anybody who comes for the children are going straight to hell. So he said something like that, right?
Yeah. The better have tied a millstone around her neck and throw them in the water.
Right.
Paraphrasing there, guys.
Anyway, now we were getting back to Jason's. What you're talking about is how to differentiate red flags from a woman's good points and weigh out the pros and cons and make a decision. Should I get involved with this person? Should I date this person or not? Well, if you hook up with damaged goods, there's a good chance that it won't work out.
True enough, James. But coming to our age now is, you know, unfortunately, I don't believe in it. As divorced people, we're all damaged goods.
Yeah.
You
well,
know?
A woman should not be sharing.
I would never direct that, you know, directly at a lady or. You
Well,
know.
a woman should not share. It's really nobody's business what a woman did in her personal life. So if a man is asking so many personal questions, you know, he's being very intrusive and too nosy, because of what you know, if you had unfortunate things happening in your life that were numerous, you don't want everybody to know certain things. I mean, you're not obligated to tell people everything that happened to you. So, you know,
one day at a time. One day at a time, James.
The woman's supposed to say, you know, excuse me, with all due respect, you're getting very personal. You're asking me a lot of personal questions. I don't feel comfortable answering all of these questions. Now,
one day at a time.
Yeah, she has a right to say that. Now, you want to talk about what are your hobbies and what are your interests. Now, a red flag would be a woman saying, what kind of car you drive? What do you do for a living? Instead of asking you,
I hate that.
What do you enjoy doing?
I hate that question.
What?
I hate that question, James, that you just said there now, which is often asked. I hate that question.
Very rude.
What do you do?
Rude.
What do you do?
What do you do?
That bothers me. You know, what do you do?
What do you do? Well, what do I do? What do you mean? What do I do?
It can be a
showers,
question.
I defecate. I urinate. I eat.
But also at the same time, it can just be something that people say in conversation. It doesn't necessarily be negative.
True enough.
Or they're trying to size up your income.
Yeah, right.
It could go both ways, I think.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why. Sorry, I'm sorry to say hate. I hate to say that word.
Because even when guys talk to another guy, sometimes they'll say, "What do you do?" It's just something to talk about. You know?
Well, these men must be very materialistic, and
Not really.
Their job
Not
is the most important thing in their life. You know, I would say, what do you like? What do you like to do in your spare time? Or you have any hobbies in it? That's the best way.
James, a lot of people talk.
Yeah,
about
right. That's a better question.
What they do for their job.
That's the best way to get to know somebody. If I didn't know Colin, and I said, Colin, what are you into? You got any hobbies? Anything you like to do? Oh, I sing. I write songs. I play musical instrument. Oh, really? What kind of music do you sing, play? And then he would tell me, and then he might tell me a little bit about Ireland, that's how you start a conversation with a new person.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you don't talk about work.
Then you find work. work. You know those people that only talk about work, Ronnie? I bet they don't even have hobbies and interests. I bet they come home, they eat, they watch TV, they go to bed, and they go back to work again. I bet that's what they do. And then their wife tells them they're too tired for sex. I'm tired. I got to take care of the kids.
I have a headache.
I have a headache. I did your laundry. What do you want from me? And they roll over like Raymond's the show. The dorky pussy. What's his name? Ray Romano.
Everybody loves Raymond.
Everybody loves Raymond. He's such a dork. He's afraid of his mother. He's afraid of his wife.
He's afraid of his brother too, right? His brother.
Western Mike is falling asleep. But I think we need to ask Western Mike's opinion because he's
Western Mike. You falling asleep?
He's the most eligible bachelor on here. What's it like dating these days, Western Mike? I mean.
Bachelor boy.
I don't know what that even is.
Were you just singing?
The A-Team? You want me to play the A-Team?
Were you singing the night? I
thought he played the A-Team. I thought you mentioned the A-Team.
No, I was asking what song Colin was singing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Colin was singing. Were you singing the Johnny Boy song?
No, it was an old song called The Bachelor Boy. Oh my gosh, it must be from the 60s.
Yeah, Tab is correct, by the way. This is really on the money. Yeah, they're like masochistic. These sluts that let everybody know how that they're a slut. Yeah, it's the psychological pain of abuse. So yeah, Colin's really good, Ronnie, at what he does. The folk songs and the tin whistle.
Well, he's Irish, right?
Tin whistle. The
Irish
guitars.
are good at that stuff.
Cheers, guys.
I'm Irish too, Colin.
Cheers.
Happy days, bro. There's a few of us.
You're the man.
Michael
Hilton is the man.
You're the man. Michael Hilton is the man. He's a fine young man that is a beacon of hope for the future in the 21st century. Yeah. And I could picture him in politics. I can picture him as a U.S. Senator from California.
Really?
He's like the next Pete Buttigieg.
Pete Buttigieg? Nah, he's straight. Michael's straight.
Doesn't matter. Sexual preference. That's irrelevant.
Oh, Brian Suka. I never saw it. Hey, what do you think about the new movie Bros?
Which new movie?
Bros.
I can't believe they're making this.
I'm
not familiar with.
Yeah, Bros is a new movie where the picture for it is two guys. They show their butts and they're grabbing each other's butts.
You guys could.
Oh, I don't want to see that.
I don't know what it's about.
I don't want to see
like
two dudes
like
making out. No way. You keep it behind closed doors, please.
Yeah, that's the movie that he's asking about.
So, could you imagine that? Could you imagine the director telling two male actors to disrobe, and they're in the studio naked, and in the script they're supposed to fondle each other's ass cheeks or something and hug.
I don't know if it went that far. I'm saying in the picture, the coming attraction picture, it shows two guys from behind in jeans.
Oh, gee. Did you say coming attraction, like as in CUMMING?
I don't know.
Coming attraction?
Not sure. Mike, do you know about that movie?
Mike, I don't think Mike wants to know about that movie. You don't want to see two dudes.
It's out. It's out there. I've seen it quite a few times.
Really?
I'm done with Hollywood. I haven't kept track. I lost track of Hollywood years ago. I have more than in the music industry today.
What about the new Halloween movie? Halloween Ends.
Oh, I like horror movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, I can't find any Krampus movies on Netflix. I wanted
Krampus
to see a
isn't very
good
popular
Krampus
right now.
movie.
He was more popular like a few years ago, like 5 years ago.
Yeah,
Kind of
but at least
faded away.
at least have it, in the horror section. They have
What are you drinking there, Ronnie?
Oh, it's a Bud Light Platinum.
Bud Light Platinum.
Ronald Terrio really likes that beer. I think he's reviewed it about 30 times.
Oh, he likes the corporate American macros.
Corporate America.
I have Dawn Platinum. The
Corporate
new
America is the
Dawn,
only America,
dish
right?
detergent. Not gonna drink it, but I have it.
Which one you have, James?
I got Dawn Platinum. It's the
What is
best
that?
dish detergent, man. It cuts the grease.
Oh, okay.
It really cleans.
It keeps the virus away.
It's good. It's good for genitalia to get the stench out of somebody's genitals.
Ronnie, are you going to join Stout Sunday tomorrow?
No. No, I'm not going to. I usually don't join Stout Sunday.
I comment. So here's the thing. I love to comment because I think it's funny that grown men. Let me turn my camera back on here. I think it's funny that grown men wake up in the morning and review beer. And the comments that come in to those
The comments
reviews,
are the best part.
The
right?
comments are the best because somebody's like, I love to drink Old English while I'm eating my McDonald's. I mean,
I think they're lying when they say stuff like that, though. They're just
Now,
like trolling.
They are.
What
They are.
about
They
Whiskey
absolutely
Scout?
are.
Whiskey Scout says that
Whiskey Scout,
he
yes.
drinks whiskey when he wakes up, and
Now he says that. Now the thing is, right, James, I'm a big fact checker, right? I'm not going to send you something unless it's been fact checked. So I sent you a clip of a YouTube video.
Oh, I watched
that was unedited, where he basically said, "Good morning." I mean, I'm paraphrasing. Good morning. I started the morning off with some 59.1% bourbon, and I'm proceeding to drink like a 14% stout at 9:30 in the morning, right?
Is that Central Time or Eastern Time?
That is Central Time, 9:30 Central Time. So that's 10:30
Why
Eastern.
doesn't he just drop like a few raw eggs in there, like Rocky, and just have breakfast?
Yeah.
This is what I'm saying, right? Like if somebody was to come on here and say, yeah, you drop a couple eggs in the bourbon, right, James? Flying high, and there's Rocky. He's getting up, right? That was such a great movie. The first Rocky. He woke up, cracked the eggs, ran,
Love it.
James, that was Hulk Hogan's first theme music, right? Was the Rocky
anyway,
song.
getting back to Whiskey Scout, I mean, normal people don't drink hard liquor when they wake up. They,
That's death.
They actually.
Ronald Terrio does, for sure.
The first thing I think about is coffee. Good coffee. That's the first thing I go.
Yeah, good coffee. That's a good one.
Yeah, Ronald Terrio will actually do a whole Dawnbusters review of them and tape
Dawnbusters and
tape what he's doing when
he doesn't just do Dawnbusters, Ronnie. He does like a late morning taste challenge, and then
there's like a early evening one.
He does a whole bunch of taste challenges.
Yeah.
I don't know.
He said he has a schedule. He's got a schedule of when he does it. And then some days he'll double up, and then some days he'll say he's not going to do any of it.
I don't know how he finds.
He's got a different schedule. That
Somebody asked him. They said, "I think you have a problem," and he's like, "No, I don't have a problem. have a hobby, right?
Yeah.
It's
Right.
his hobby.
You know,
Right. Yeah.
Ronnie. I mean, if you said your hobby was drinking
My
Bud
hobby?
Light Platinum, then you have a hobby. You don't have a problem. You have a hobby. I mean, it's like it's insane. It's insane.
But if
Well,
you're
it's
doing
not insane. That's
1,001
the thing.
hard
He's very
liquor
very
videos,
meticulous because he's a former teacher. So he's got that ingrained in him. He's very meticulous with what he does.
And rigid.
Yes.
he's very rigid
rigid.
with time.
Like this class starts at this time, then the bell goes off. You know,
Yeah.
he got that mentality.
Everything is timed. Like I
Yeah,
called him
yeah.
Clock King. One of the villains of the old Batman show was Clock King.
The
I said,
Riddler.
You're very
right?
clock conscious. It's like
The Riddler was the Clock King, right?
No, it was another actor. It wasn't Frank. There were two Riddlers.
The Riddler
Frank
and the Clock
Gorshin.
King weren't related.
No, it was Frank Gorshin and John Astin from the Addams Family that played the Riddler, but Frank Gorshin was the man for Riddler. Clock King was another actor, a character actor.
I thought the characters though were related.
That was such a fantastic show with all the guest stars that were villains. It's just incredible.
He has 7,863 videos.
He has like
Ronald?
15,000
Yes.
subscribers.
Yes, almost 16,000 subscribers, almost 8,000 videos. Oh, that's a lot of videos.
I have a lot of videos, but
James, you have a lot of videos too. I mean, you have.
He's running a good show over there. He's monetized, so he's not screwing
That's
around.
why he's getting money from YouTube. He's
Yeah.
monetized.
Yeah.
I'm not monetized because they tell me that my show, the nature of my shows, the topics and everything is not approved by companies to put their advertisements on my.
He has 4 times as many videos as you, James. 4 times.
4 times?
That means he's doing 4 times as many Dawn Busters as you are.
Yeah, because I don't do them. Now, I just want to say that Jason Cleveland knew me way before I ever had a kazoo. I never had a kazoo.
So did I.
So did you. I didn't have no kazoo. And
I think Western Mike did too.
I told you you should get the kazoo, James, because you were doing the do.
The Curb Your Kazoo video from
that Curb Your Enthusiasm. You used to play the air harp or whatever that thing is called.
The draw harp, yeah.
Draw harp, yeah.
I still have it. Yeah, and I could have got a plastic one from the dollar store, but no, I ordered a metal one.
Yeah, that metal one is really cool.
On Amazon.
I think Michael is going to check out here. Michael, it's only 9:30, man. Wake up. Come on, man. Wake up. I
mean, well, it's 10:30 Michael's time, right?
They have
he's on the. I'm on the same time zone as he is. It's the West Coast.
Oh yeah.
It's 9:37.
It's 12:37 a.m. Sunday here right now. And
that early.
You're on Matsumi's time, James?
No, Matsumi is 13 hours ahead of me. She's into Tamara.
She joins at like 4:30 in the morning her time.
He'll knock you into Tamara, Rock. He'll knock you into Tamara.
Tomorrow, all our dreams come true.
Mix it. He'll knock
There
you
we
into
go.
Mr. T will knock you into Tamara.
Eric is still on Thrash's channel.
Thrash's channel?
He actually looks rather intoxicated, James. I don't know if there's any way.
I've seen Eric.
He's falling asleep, James.
I've seen Eric when he slurs his speech. He actually gets to that point where he's slurring his speech.
James, can
Who's on there?
you let me share my screen, maybe?
Yeah, you can
Thomas?
do a screen share.
Yeah, let's.
No, you
Here's
can,
the deal.
I don't have to do it all the time. You can
Here's the
do it.
deal. He's falling asleep, James. Let's do this.
Maybe he needs iron. Maybe he needs a multivitamin or something.
Okay, we're gonna
Yeah.
share my screen.
Maybe he's an anemic.
James, can you share?
Anemic.
There you go.
Is that working? Can you share that? There he is. So this is.
What is
Look at
this?
him. Look at his
Wait a
eyes.
minute.
Look
There's
what they're
Jack.
watching.
What are they watching? Oh,
Look what they're
Smart Monk?
watching.
They're watching
No,
it.
What the heck are you watching?
What I'm gonna do is to go back in time.
What about the
Okay,
audio? Could you could you unclick the
I'm
mute?
on headphones. It won't let me hear the audio.
Oh,
but look at him. He's falling asleep, James.
Look at him. He's out.
Who are the other people on this stream? Though?
Look at that bald-headed
Oh,
guy.
Yeah, we could
He-
actually
he-
take a
guy
look at
looks
it.
There's Chadio.
Everybody else.
It's
there.
Chadio. He looks like he belongs in a horror
Whoops!
movie.
Look at him, James. He looks
He looks
intoxicated.
like
He's pounding it.
He belongs in a horror movie.
He looks like Humpty Dumpty.
Who, Chadio?
No, that bald guy.
Oh yeah, yeah, he does. Yeah.
Hey, look at Crash. He looks drunk.
Look at his eyes. Look at
Oh
Eric's
my
eyes.
God, he's got no teeth. Look, he's got snaggle teeth.
It looks like Uncle Fester.
He looks like Uncle Fester. You're right. I think Uncle Fester had more teeth than him.
James, he's falling asleep. Look at his eyes. Look at Eric's eyes. And he kind of shakes himself back into consciousness.
I think Uncle Fester looks funnier than Eric does.
Yeah. Oh, they had a chick. They have a chick there on here. An alcoholic chick. Okay, he's got look at the size.
Yeah,
Look at the length of that
that's
cigarette.
Chadio.
He looks like one of those inbred people from West Virginia. That Humpty Dumpty Fester looking.
Eric
guy.
is asleep, James. Look
The
at this.
Fester guy.
This is hilarious.
Humpty Dumpty.
Oh,
what are they watching?
Is this
Oh.
live?
Yeah, this is live.
Maybe it has to do with erectile dysfunction or something.
This is what they're watching live.
This
Oh,
is
he jumped
Thrash's
off.
Channel?
He jumped off. He must have said the guys have had
Oh,
enough.
Eric left. Oh, he left?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's going to sleep.
I bet there was no deep subjects discussed in that show. Oh my God, that guy looks like he would scare. He would. He doesn't need a mask. All he needs is
Messing with you.
He was scared of the
Yeah, all he
children.
needs is a piece of cellophane over his face. He
Robert.
don't
Robert. Yeah, I know Robert. That's who it is, Robert. That's his brother Joseph beside him.
Robert and Joseph.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Who's that girl? Now that's probably. She looks like the girl that Jason would tell a man that she had a lot of gentlemen suitors in her lifetime. Oh, she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone.
Oh God. Is that right now also?
Yeah.
Jordy?
Are you
Look at
serious?
Jordy is really drunk.
That's BC, right?
BC, what has he got, a wig on?
He's got an eye patch.
He's got a blonde
patch.
wig. Holy shit.
Isn't this funny stuff, James?
Yeah, this is good. This is good.
This is real. This is not
So,
like
so
made.
Jason, you follow everybody and you can know when they're on.
It's pretty funny stuff, right?
Yeah, he had like a blonde wig on and the eye patch. No.
It was just
Oh, God.
it was
Who's
just
that
a
person up
wallpaper
on
thing.
top in the middle? Talk about frightening.
Window review interview.
Oh my God. These
So we know
characters-
Jordy and BC. Do we know anybody else here?
Bruce Daniel Williams. Never heard of him.
What about the other guys?
These guys are characters, I tell you.
I know all these guys. I know all these guys. I don't hang out with them. I did, but I don't hang out with them. But I know all these guys.
You know Jordy?
Yeah.
He's cool. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, they definitely. A lot of these people don't need a Halloween mask. That's for sure.
Anyway, James, back to some serious topics, right?
That's enough. That's enough of that. Ooh.
Enough of that.
I guess what I'm trying to get at, to be in a like a serious, real serious nature is
Now he wants to be serious after that.
Michael is probably as close to the dating scene as anyone on this thread, because I've been married longer than I've not been married.
Michael is the #1 eligible bachelor for 2022.
#1, 2023, Michael.
So what is it?
#1.
That's
is
your
it
year. That's your
Tinder?
Year.
Is it?
Yeah, it's Tinder.
I used to be on Tinder.
So you're on Tinder. You're on
there
Zeus.
was a lot of scams there, man.
You're on Plenty of Fish. You're on.
Not anymore. I quit.
Nice.
I'm still there.
So how many hits a day are you getting, Michael? Like 15, 20 hits a day?
I don't really do that stuff.
You're still there.
What?
You did?
No,
did you,
I don't use apps.
But did you terminate your profile, or you still there?
No, I'm not still there. Terminated it.
Jason says you're there.
It's yeah, no, not there. Not there.
There's a lot of they're very problematic. All the women that I met through those sites were very aggravating.
Very problematic.
They had a long list of demands. It's like, and they weren't all that. I mean, they weren't, you know, they weren't exactly young car show models or swimsuit models. You know, they were older women with baggage and
busted sofas.
What's that?
Busted sofas, as they would call them.
Busted sofas.
Busted sofas. Yeah, that's what they say. Irony is getting pregnant on a pull-out couch.
Why is that irony?
Well, I know there's a rod, a metal rod that sticks you right in the back.
You ever slept on one of those? Hey, we'd love to have
irony?
you. Look, have you ever had this? We'd love to have you come stay with us. All right, great. Where am I sleeping? Well, the sofa turns into a bed, right? So you pull the thing out.
That's great. That's great.
And there's a freaking bar that's right in the middle of your back.
The bar is right in the middle of your back.
Yeah.
Now they have a memory
sofa.
foam cot that folds out.
Yeah, it's not like that anymore.
Called a memory foam.
You know, the funny thing is, right? You know, you sort of, back when you're younger, yeah, I'll stay the night with you, whatever. Now you get older, you're like, I'll just book a hotel room and we'll just we'll come visit you and we'll have our own place to stay. Because,
yeah, but Jason, that's not the way to be, man.
No, I know, but you know, some of these people,
that's not good.
They almost treat their guests kind of like the Shining moment, right? Like, oh, I've got him in our house, so now I can, you know, I can, you know, show him my.
I stopped
raccoon.
I stopped staying with relatives a long time ago when like we had relatives in Florida, but let me tell you something. When you stay with a relative in their house so you can save money on hotels and all that, it's not free. It's no free ride by
James, where in Florida did your relatives live?
Well, one was in Marathon Key in the Florida Keys. The other one was in Margate, you know, in Broward County. Yeah, that's primarily where they were. But the thing is, you have to compromise with that. You got to do what they want to do.
Yeah.
What they want to have for that. Like you can't.
Well, you don't have to.
I mean,
you
if
think
you
they'd
go-
want to do what you want to do.
Yeah, like
as
you know,
the guest.
one of my aunts, she was nice enough to say, you know, you guys want to go off and
Gotta
do
go.
whatever you want.
Deal.
Oh, you're gonna call it a night? Oh, all right. Oh, I didn't get a chance to thank him.
Oh wow, what was that about?
I didn't get a chance to thank him, but that anyway, he hung with us.
Thanks for nothing, right?
But he hung with us for a while. You know.
Yeah, a good while. At least an hour and a half.
Yeah, if not more.
Fair play, Mike. Good night, Mike. If you're still listening, good night.
Yeah.
God bless you. Sleep well.
You feel bad because, you know, then even if you want to go eat on your own, then they ask you where you're going, and they want to have all the meals with you, so you have to compromise all the time, and you know, it's like if you're in a hotel, you watch whatever you want on TV, you do what you want, come and go as you please. So it doesn't pay. And then you're gonna end up sleeping on a pull-out bed with the bar sticking you in the back.
Most polo beds don't have a big bar.
They don't have a bar?
They're usually somewhat comfortable.
They must have changed them then.
I mean, especially if they're like pretty new ones. Yeah, I don't think they're that bad.
The bar. Well, I don't know if the problem was the bar or the mattress was cheap.
Like that. Think back to the 70s. That stupid like 2-inch piece of neoprene foam. You know, the one that I'm talking about that just smells like a camping tent.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there sleeping on this thing. I think part of the problem that I find too is that we're all individuals. We all like what we like, and we all have our routines. And if you stay the night at somebody's house, let's say I get up early. I'm up at 6 in the morning, but my hosts don't get up until 9 in the morning. So you want to try to be quiet until they wake up, right?
So you're tiptoeing around.
So you're tiptoeing around, right? But then what do? Do you say, hey, can I take a shower? Like, is there a towel for me to use? The
Are
shower?
you gonna take a shower that early in the morning?
Well, I'm just saying, you know, sort of hypothetically speaking. And then they come down at 9 o'clock and they're like, oh, hey, you know, how are you? What have you done with your morning? And you're like, well, I've been sitting here for the last 3 hours waiting for you to get up, and you know, I got to hit the road, you know, all this kind of stuff. It's kind of
just Jason. It's just different things, you know. You do.
It's true.
But
I remember when the mattresses used to squeak like hell.
Yeah,
exactly, right.
The old mattresses, I mind them well.
How about this, right?
I have a queen size memory foam, and it doesn't make any noise. No
smooth operator.
Smooth operator. Smooth operator. Smooth operator.
Oh, that was a good song. That's Sade, right?
Sade, yeah.
She's a smooth operator. Smooth.
Okay, let me ask you this question, James. Sade, with that voice, smooth operator. Let's say her body count was 80. Your bedroom door would be wide open.
Oh, I'd be
letting
shocked.
Sade coming in, right?
I remember Sade singing in 1985 at Wembley Stadium. In the Ethiopian Feed the World, you know.
She was incredible, you know, her looks, her voice.
Now, who's this?
Sade,
World
singer from the 80s. She was.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was.
What year did you say, Colin?
1985. Yeah, when they
SADE.
The big concert in Wembley Stadium, Live Aid. Phil Collins sang there, and you know, and it was amazing because you had that going on in London at that time, but then also in the old Philadelphia Stadium. Yeah, the old Philadelphia Stadium. There's a video out there on YouTube. You saw a Concorde flying across by Phil Collins, and he flew from London in 3 hours over the old Philadelphia Stadium, and then he performed over there as well.
Wow!
Bob Dylan, the Beach Boys, you name it.
Collins, all of them. Phil Collins.
Yeah. Live Aid, 1985.
Yeah, it was Michael Jackson too, right?
It's a shame that Amy Winehouse
Springsteen was there.
self-destructed and died.
Springsteen was there.
You know.
Amy Winehouse.
Yeah, she died from her own
Heroin.
Yeah, but
addict?
that was a lot later on. That wasn't the same.
Yeah, that was way
time period.
later. Yeah, you're right.
You know, the sad thing about Amy Winehouse is she actually did give up alcohol for a long time, and then she relapsed, and she actually died of alcohol poisoning because, you know, think about this: like you're normally used to drinking half a bottle, let's just say, and that's what you normally drink, and
That's
then she
okay.
didn't drink for like a year. Like she was literally sober for like a year, and then she just boom, all of a sudden had like her normal amount and died of alcohol poisoning at like 27 or 28 years old.
Oh wow, really?
Very
That's
tragic.
all
Yeah,
she
look
was?
it up, James. Look it up.
Yeah, I knew that. I knew that.
That's all she was.
You know, it's rare that people die of alcohol poisoning. Normally, your body will, you know, rid itself of enemies within, so to speak.
Most people I know just vomit.
Yeah, you know, Dennis Wilson of the Beach Boys, he was a young guy too. He had too much to drink and died in his own vomit. You know, same with John Bonham of
That happened
Led
to
Zeppelin.
Jimi Hendrix.
Yeah, they asphyxiated, you know, in their
Yeah.
own boat. Yeah, absolutely.
So
Same way.
they choked. They choked on their
Jimi
own
Hendrix.
vomit?
Yeah, they're
Choke on
they're
his- on his
vomiting
vomit?
and they cut off the airway and then that's it.
Asphyxiation by vomit.
That's not asphyxiation. No, that's not asphyxiation.
Well, you're not
They
getting
didn't,
air. You're not
Jason,
getting air,
didn't,
Ronnie. You're not getting
Jimi
air.
Hendrix die like that?
I think
Choking
Jimi
on-
Hendrix
Same way.
You're
died of an
drowning.
overdose.
Thin
No,
Lizzy.
it wasn't an over. He choked on his own.
Yeah, but you're
throw up. Yeah, I'm
you're
pretty sure.
drowning in your own vomit. You're not getting oxygen.
No, you're right, Ronnie. Yeah, you're right, Ronnie.
I thought so. I think he's like the most famous person that happened to.
Well,
At 27 years old, yeah.
if you
That's just terrible.
Yeah, full limit, same thing. You know. Thin
Well,
Lizzy.
gentlemen, I must say this: we are 4 hours and 56 minutes. All right, I think I broke my own record. Let me go to 5 hours and then, because I'm hungry and I'm tired and I want to go.
Hungry like a wolf.
I'm hungry like the wolf. What was that?
Duran Duran.
Huh?
Duran.
Duran. Hungry
Yeah.
like the wolf. I remember that song. I like Duran Duran.
Me too.
No, Saturday Night Lights, James. I think this is a fantastic.
What is that? A hyena?
Yeah, we got Look,
Sounds like a hyena.
here's the deal. Here's what I tell you, right? I get like this. I get this many minutes to myself and this many minutes of peace, and I can't even go into the next room, which is way the hell away from where the family is. And they're
Look at it this way: you get peace and serenity. Serenity now. And in a week, the daytime during the week when you're working.
That's
home
true.
alone.
If I had a propane cylinder that was full, I would have just set up the fireside chat, but I don't have any propane.
But then you'll be outside with the blanket, and there'll be no racket.
But there's no smoke too, which is nice. It's actually a very nice night right now. We had a lot of rain. We actually had over a half inch of rain the last day.
Yeah.
But right now it's crystal clear. You can see every single star. It's
Let me
beautiful.
tell you something. I don't want to. I don't want to disappoint.
I
you.
don't wanna talk.
I don't want
about-
to disappoint you, but there's nothing replaces the aroma, the snap, crackle, and pop of nice dry firewood burning.
Oh,
with the embers flying up in the air and like your friend's fireplace.
Like my chiropractor friend in Eugene, Oregon. He has the most amazing fireplace. It's amazing.
How does a chiropractor, he's not even a dentist or a surgeon, how does a chiropractor make that much money to be able to afford what he has? He's a chiropractor. They adjust. They crack. They creak.
I give him a hard time. I said, look, James. He spent $300,000 on education. $300,000. That's how much he owes.
That much to be a chiropractor?
Yes. And now look,
really,
the Eagle Beak StreamYard Geek is now blurring your camera, James.
Yeah, well, the guy who owns StreamYard is more of a geek than Mark Zuckerberg. He's much worse.
Is he Jewish as well?
He might be a Jew. He's really a pencil neck geek. I mean, worse than he makes Zuckerberg look
a liberal Jew.
He makes Zuckerberg look like Hulk Hogan or Mr. T.
Claude Diamond does not like it when you talk about these people, James.
I don't care. Zuckerberg's a piece of shit. Claude Diamond, I don't care.
Diamonds in the rust. Who's
Why?
saying that?
He said things when I'm not around?
No, I think that he just gets on and he sees your face and he just mutes himself because I think he just has a lot of contempt or whatever it is. It's pretty funny, actually.
I don't care. I tell it like it is. Hey, look at all the truth that these gentlemen Tab and connect the dots. Or the
Yeah, good folks on there tonight.
Yeah, and Brian Suk.
They all had. Everything they were saying is truth or truth.
I see Sid made an attempt to throw some comments out there.
No, Sid is wham bam. Thank you, man. Don Juan, and then he's gone. He comes real fast, like gangbusters. He makes a bunch of great comments, and then he's gone.
Jason, are you the one who watches wrestling?
When I was a kid, when I was younger, I watched a lot of wrestling.
You don't keep up. I know there's somebody who keeps up with the current wrestling. I know there's a pay-per-view tonight, James. Tonight.
Which one? AEW or WWE?
No, I think it was like the WWE NXT one.
Oh yeah, it's called Halloween Havoc.
Halloween.
They're using
like WCW used to have.
They're using the old WCW Halloween Havoc
the
because
WCW
Vince
one.
bought WCW.
But WCW was probably more interesting than like.
Oh, that was a real Halloween Havoc. The old, yeah. That was when Sting and Ric Flair were in their prime.
But it's cool that they have it on Saturday nights now. I do think that's a pretty good idea to have the pay-per-views on Saturday instead of Sunday.
Well, it's good. You notice they started having NXT pay-per-views, which I never really saw before.
Strictly NXT, not even any of the WWE like SmackDown or Raw.
NXT is actually more entertaining.
Not always though. It's not
than the main brand.
I think it used to be better than it is now. That's what I think.
Yeah, but then Vince screwed over Triple H. Now Triple H is in charge. So, you know.
Jason, what do you think? Do you follow wrestling?
I used to be honest with you. I know that Triple H, he was Hunter Hearst Helmsley in WCW, right?
Yeah. Yep.
But he married Stephanie McMahon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, he was living with China. He was engaged to China, and he dumped China.
Yeah, there was an adult film, I believe, called like A Night in China.
Yeah, but that wasn't with him. It was with somebody else.
Yeah,
A Night in China and Armor.
A Night in China.
There must have been a territory in the Seattle.
That was with X-Pac.
Right.
Remember X-Pac?
Yes.
James.
What?
X-Pac. Remember him? Sean.
Yeah, he used to be the 1, 2, 3 kid originally.
That's who.
X-Pac.
That's who's in the tape.
He fooled around with China in a porno.
Yeah.
Oh well, we can call it the Sasquatch Wrestling Alliance.
Crazy world.
Territory out by Jason.
Crazy world we live in.
Call it the Yeah, the Sasquatch Wrestling Alliance.
Did you see they have this like tales from the territories?
Yeah, they're great.
On A&E now.
They got them on YouTube. They all their shows.
Some
Tales
interesting
from the
stuff, right?
territories. Hold on. I see something.
Oh, what is
Oh,
it?
jeez.
BC.
BC's got a nice court jester hat. I like the red one that Jordy's got.
No, that's not BC. That's not BC.
Oh no, that's that other guy. Yeah.
No, but
Rip
put it
Van
back.
Winkle.
BC is there. He's there.
ZZ Top.
Could you imagine this, James? Oh, there we go.
Go to
There
the
you
guy
go.
right there, right next to where you were at. That's BC putting out a top hat.
No, that's a derby.
Yes, BC with a top hat. It's right
You get a
there.
jester?
Derby. Is it a top? Let me see.
Yeah,
It might be a
fucking
derby. It's
top
round
hat.
on top.
Is that considered a top hat or not?
No, top hat is flat. It's tall and flat.
It is black.
No,
Jason,
that's not
do you
derby.
see it? It might.
Wait a
Maybe it's a derby
I
top
gotta
hat.
get a good shot of it. A derby top hat?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Kentucky Derby. Oh yeah, God, these.
You see that,
they're having
Jason?
fun with that.
Can you believe these booze hounds? They're just guzzling. This guy guzzling alcohol. Jordy.
Yeah,
BC.
Jordy. Well, Jordy, he was nice enough. He came on the show surprisingly on video, and he just stopped by to say hi and see how I was doing. You know, he's a nice kid, but you can't really talk deep. You can't
Right.
have deep.
Yeah, he shades himself. You know, it's he's only like 26 years old.
Yeah, he's young. I bet I can get opinions out of him about things. If I warm up the carburetor and and start asking him. But
yeah, he's not. Jordy's all right, but you know what? At 26 years old, he can be led by many influences. On him. I know. I can remember back. When I was 24. When I first came back to America, fucking, I was like a lamb to the slaughter.
Well, he was. What do you call it? He had a couple breakups with girls, but they were young. They were young. They're fickle when they're young.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're fickle.
He's an okay kid. I hope he takes care of himself and eats his dinners and keeps healthy. But I've seen.
That's what you hope from that he eats dinner.
Yeah, absolutely, Ronnie. Meaning keep healthy. You know what I mean? Because looking at him,
his mom is still cooking for him, right?
I'm not sure what's going on there. But he looks undernourished, and
you think he looks malnourished?
Thin. He's very, very underweight. You're right, Colin.
Do you think he looks malnourished, James?
He ought to go to the doctor, get a physical exam, and cut down on the damn drinking.
And he smokes a lot of weed too.
And don't smoke cigarettes. Smoke weed just to relax. He's got to start thinking about his health.
Absolutely.
26, he should be like vibrant with vitality.
Yeah, he should be still playing sports, possibly.
Sports.
But it's not like he looks unhealthy. I wouldn't say.
He looks at me. He looks at me.
You're frail like that. He's
frail. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's too thin. I'm sorry. Something's going on there.
What would you say, Jason?
I'm sorry, what?
His mother don't feed him or something? He lives at home, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of these folks maybe supplement real food for liquid diet.
Yeah.
Perhaps, right? Like,
yeah.
And a lot of them don't work either.
no,
Jason?
I don't know how the hell. Honestly, I don't know. These people are online now. I work from home. You know, I'm doing a lot of spreadsheets, kind of like Ronnie. He's a tax accountant or whatever, right? So
yeah.
I don't work from home though.
But you don't, okay, so you don't work from home, but I mean, you know, you have a minute to like throw on a YouTube channel.
The weather,
drive to
it's not far.
Most of those guys you meet on there, they don't fucking have a job. You know what I
None
mean?
of them
They're
hardly.
living off the fat of the land.
I
They're
know.
living off
Really?
the fat of
Is
the
that
land.
is that most of them don't have a job?
Yeah, most of them do. They don't have a fucking job, and that's how they can do what they do and be on so long as how they be on, you know, and how they can criticize so many people, how they can criticize them because they don't have a fucking job. They've nothing better to do, and a massive majority of them have probably never had a fucking friend in their life except maybe those in close proximity. You know, some of them never had anybody. You know, and now they found this platform where they think they're fucking, you know, the alter ego.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah,
Where-
the alter ego is right.
Yeah.
Their alter ego.
Yeah, exactly. It pisses me off.
But when they go live, it's just a hangout. It's not. They don't have a purpose. They don't have intent to do anything meaningful when they go live. You know, like we touch upon serious subjects. You know, they just hang out, and when they hang out, they get drunk.
That's why I'm hated, because I touch on subjects like James, you touched on, we all touched on tonight. That's why I'm hated, because I bring up topics that nobody wants to talk about.
Well, I'll tell you what, Colin. We don't hate you here, man.
Cheers, brother. Cheers.
We don't hate you here, Colin.
Cheers, Ronnie.
You know, you can't. You bring up anything of deep thought on their shows, and they just stare at you.
Oh, they shite themselves. They shit their pants. Diapers.
They just stare at you with a blank look on their face. They don't. You know, they might talk about sports here and there at the beginning.
Not even really sports, though. No.
You know, but so anyway, your party, Jason, is going overtime, huh? What time
It's
is
loud here. I know it's 10 p.m. 10 after 10 in the evening hour of Saturday, October 22nd. This is the second to the last Saturday of October. Can you believe that? Christmas. I mean, think about it. We'll be celebrating Christmas in 2 months.
No, I celebrate Krampus and Festivus. In other words, Black Friday, the Friday after Thanksgiving, is the beginning of the Christmas season.
It's the beginning of the consumerist culture.
The consumer sucker season.
Zuckerberg.
I actually thought we couldn't call it Black Friday because it's derogatory.
Yeah, you're
We're not
right.
supposed to.
Yeah, now it's actually called White Friday now.
White Friday.
Yeah, right.
Well, it was. So what does that mean? I can't. You're going to take the words black olives off the jar of black olives. You can't call them black olives anymore.
Yeah, or the Commanders.
or what color is my face? What color is my? It's extremely lacking its extreme shadow.
That's a shadow phone.
It's a shadowy, or my T-shirt here is a very deep shadowy color.
Yeah.
Well, your shirt is pretty.
This is gray.
Shadowy
This is gray.
color,
It's
right?
not black anymore. It's gray.
Yeah.
This is a gray cover.
A gray color. I got the Autobox. It's a very good company for phone cases. Autobox. The company's called Autobox. They have one that's like thick rubber, like hard rubber, where if you threw your phone up against the wall real hard, nothing will happen to your phone. That's how like it'll bounce. And I don't recommend you doing that, but I was looking for that one, but they didn't have it on Amazon.
That's a good brand. I've actually heard that too.
Yeah, Otterbox. Otter. I say Otterbox.
Otter.
Otterbox, yeah.
Otter's good. They've been around for a while, actually. Otter.
Yeah. They have a whole array of phone cases.
Yeah.
Now they've
Otter.
been advertising this clip where you can put a loop on your phone case, but the clip is long. They should have one with a short one, so when you put it around your neck, your phone will be right here, which means you can do hands-free video recording if your phone was up here. But the one they're advertising, the phone is down near your belly. You know, but in order to get like the closer to your line of vision, the better the video recording. So, you know, hands-free video recording.
Hands-free?
Hands-free, if you're only recording something that's in front of you, that's not involving you. Like when Michael goes live, he has to show himself
Now,
talking.
when Michael goes live, he doesn't include anybody else. It's just his own thing.
No. But once in a while, he has me on.
Oh, he does?
Yeah, he started doing it.
Okay.
Again, he walks and talks on Instagram.
He walks and talks?
He does a walk and talk. You know, he's in the daytime. He's taking a walk.
And do you talk?
You know, he shows where he's going and shows himself, and he talks about different subjects. And he gets mad that people slow down their cars and they look at him.
And you're there too?
Sometimes he has me on.
Sometimes you do it?
He has me on, on my video. Yeah. They're pretty good shows, actually.
All right.
Yeah, he's a smart guy. It's just that I'm surprised he got so sleepy early.
You
know,
yeah, it's a tough. You know how it is, James. Folks, he's heavily into working out, and
is he?
So
He's heavily into working out.
I mean, I do it 6 days a week, and look at me. I'm awake. I'm ready to eat. I'm ready.
Are you Vince McMahon?
What?
I said, what are you, Vince McMahon?
You're fired. Remember the Vince McMahon kiss my ass club?
Actually, you remember that when the Rock?
that was pretty good, actually.
How about
It lasted for a while.
The Rock?
When the Rock did what?
Well, when the Rock was speaking Chinese, it's like ding doing ding dang. Like
no,
you can't do that nowadays. Right?
When did he do that?
I'm wondering, James, if I can somehow
go on YouTube and look up Dick Tracy cartoons and watch Go Gomez, the detective, and Joe Jitsu. Joe Jitsu has like the buck teeth and the thick glasses like Colin's doing now. And Go Gomez, he's always sleeping under a sombrero. And then Dick Tracy calls him and he wakes him up and he goes, he has an assignment. Oh, yes, sí, Senor Tracy. I'm ready to go on the assignment. I accidentally sent that cartoon to Gabriel Solias. I didn't mean to. And it turned out he liked it.
What would you, how would you,
I was sending it to
send it to
people.
him by accident?
Yeah, it was by accident.
Hemlock Holmes, call him Dick Tracy. Hemlock Holmes, call him Dick Tracy. Remember that?
No.
Back in the day.
Yeah, I only remember Go Gomez and Joe Jitsu. Did he have any more detectives? My grandfather used to tell me that the Chinese restaurant near where he lived, you used to see the cat skins hanging out on the clothesline.
And the seagulls.
Well, anything that moves is food to them. It's food. So he says, "What are you serving? Chicken chow meow, or is it chow bow wow?"
There's that picture, right? People that don't like cat just haven't had it prepared the right way, and there's a picture of like Chinese food, chicken, chicken katsu.
Chicken katsu.
There's also
katsui.
a picture.
What is suey, by the way? Remember chop suey used to be on
chop
the
suey, yeah.
Chop suey.
Chop suey.
Picture of world leaders with their
Do
pets.
they make a corned beef chop suey in Ireland? The Chinese?
I used to think it was something to do with circumcision.
Why corned beef looks like circumcision? I happen to love corned beef.
There's a picture, and it's like, world leaders with their pets, and it has a picture of like Biden with his dog, and it has a picture of some European leader with their dog, and it has a picture of the president of China like eating something. Like, it's like, I thought it was so. I got to try and find that, James, because it's so funny. World leaders with their pets, and the president of China is eating its pet, right? The other people are like posed next to it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, Koreans are not. They're not. They've been known to partake also.
I would never eat a dog. Let me just say that right now.
No, I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't even. Animal shows love. An animal that shows love and devotion, I couldn't dispatch.
Oh yeah.
But the funny thing is, pigs are much more intelligent than dogs and cats.
Correct.
And they kill pigs.
James, this is one for the record. I think you're at 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Yeah, I better go get myself something to eat, and maybe I'll heat up some Asiago cheese Italian bread.
So where's the after party then?
I'm the after party.
You want to do it on your channel, Jason?
I don't have StreamYard.
You don't have StreamYard?
We could do Thrash's live. We could head over to Thrash's channel. He's got
Yeah. I guess we can head over there.
Yeah, head over to Thrash.
Whoa, hold on.
Thrash Metal.
Did Thrash put out a link?
Yeah, his link is pinned to his chat, so you could just click on it and go there.
Yeah, go over there, because I've been on for a million years.
I'd rather, first of all,
James, thanks for tonight, James. Thanks for tonight.
Ronnie S is like, wait a minute, no.
Yeah, I'd rather be here. Number one with
Yeah, but I'm like, I need sustenance, and I need something refreshing.
Some food in the belly.
Would you say dog food?
No, I'm saying some food in the belly. I hear you.
I got some pears. I got some pears. Organic pears. I got some things to snack on. And
those pears keep you regular. That's for sure. I love pears.
Only 2 fruit grows on a tree. That's why they call them pears.
Mm-hmm.
Only 2 pieces of fruit grow on a tree. They grow in pairs. I said that to a kid and his mother, and they both believed me.
Can't be no pear.
A kid and his mother?
Yeah. Now, partridge. Do partridges really hang out in pear trees?
A partridge.
Yeah, partridge. And a partridge in a pear tree. On the forest hill.
In a partridge in a pear
tree.
Pear tree.
Interesting. Good
All
stuff.
right, James, we should say goodnight. You know how
Yeah.
it is.
Krampus is the man, is my
So
hero.
I put the link for Thrash's live stream. I think I might go over there. What the hell? Say hi to Chatty-O. Say hi to Robert.
I'll jump
oh,
to
is that the link?
That's the link for Thrash's StreamYard.
Oh, okay. So what I'll do is I'll do this for to make it easy on
This is already over there.
the two gentlemen.
Hey, all right. Let me just close everything down that I have here.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the link to is on the bottom. All right.
All
That's
right.
it.
Night,
Adios.
night, folks. James,
It's
this is
been
epic
lovely.
as always.
Good night, lads.
We'll see
Good
you
night,
guys.
lads.
Good night.
Thank you,
Good
James.
night.
Thank you, James.
You're welcome. You're very welcome.
All right.